I wonder if you could download different fonts. Is this the best font? I don't really know. I feel like it's pretty good. Yeah, that one's not as good. Wait, that's kind of nice. Ah, shit, I don't know what it was. Just a really small print, though. It looks kind of good, though. Not gonna lie. Does it look good? Does it look better? Can't tell. Hmm. Not really. Alright. Discordia. Dude, I hate. There's maybe nothing worse than typing the words correctly on your phone and autocorrect changing them, bro. It's pretty cheesy. Alright, I need to see. Dreamt is definitely a word, bro. Ain't no way dreamt is not a word. Dreamt? Past tense of dream? Dreamt? It's definitely not dreamed. That sounds stupid. It's dreamt. I just think this software doesn't like it. I feel like that might be an italics one. Just commented on your TikTok, I need to join the live, and boom, you're live. Dude, I didn't know if you I couldn't tell if you saw that I was live while you were typing and you were like, oh, I can't type because I'm gonna join the live. I couldn't tell if you meant that or if you meant yeah, if you were joking or something. And I was so close to responding to you saying I did just go live. But I was like, nah, he probably knows because that's what weird timing that was. He probably knows. I can't italics that part. It looks weird. There we go. Trying to fix this a little bit. It's ironic at the start. Right after you went live. Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy timing. That is crazy timing. I think this should be italics too. I don't know why I didn't do that. Yeah, everything with these things look weird when you do it though. I don't know if I want to call this Frostbite, dude. I keep going back and forth on this. I don't think Frostbite is the right. Like, it's good, but it's not perfect. And like the rest of the story, I like a lot of them. Let's see, here's our options. I might look better. That's what I was originally gonna call it. What is it about? If enough people get in here, I might read it again. It's about, well, it depends. Are you asking what this part is about, or this short story? That's different. Like this part is the introduction to a character, and she is starting. Well, yeah, she's starting from basically she has nothing. She's like homeless, family's gone, pretty things are looking pretty bleak. And this is like the start of her legacy. So that's another name I could give it, is like so here's our name options. I'm trying to decide. Like Frostbite is a reference to it being like where she's at is pretty fucking cold. Just the part to help with the name. Yeah, so basically what's happening is like she's in a pretty cold place. She's remembering it. She's not currently there anymore. She's remembering that she's in a cold like she's remembering her younger years where she was in this really cold place, and her sister, it was just her and her sister. And things were bad, but they weren't too bad because at least she had her sister. And then one day she woke up and her sister was gone. And she's like she's having a flashback of remembering her sister and remembering like some good times, which is pissing her off in current day because she has nothing. And she's not doing so well, so she's like taking her anger out on herself in a not so great way. So most likely I want the title to have to do with the cold, but also maybe a feeling of like loneliness of some sort. So I did Frostbite. Frostbite is just a reference to the cold, obviously, but also there's a cool line in here. Let me find it. The reference, like usually I base the lines off of certain lines, like this line. This is what it's based on. Like this faint vision in her mind showed that of a young girl born without a heart, but it wasn't the iced over city she found herself in that proved too much for its subtle beat. It was something far worse than frostbite that took her heart. That's like the reference, like that's why I was debating calling it frostbite. Like it was something far worse than frostbite that took her heart. That's pretty good. And then the frozen and forgotten line comes up twice, where it's like it's this like the very beginning, like frost harsh enough to turn live bodies into hollow vessels, accompanied by wind that whipped and slashed shards against the skin, leaving men both frozen and forgotten. So like that's a reference, like both frozen and forgotten. But also there's another reference to it where she like references her sister, like I won't end up frozen and forgotten. Like she references that twice. Like I won't end up like my sister, frozen and forgotten. I think she says that. Yeah, right here. Like, she refused to leave this world weak and worthless. She refused to end up like her sister, both frozen and forgotten. So it's like a double. It's double. Actually, it shouldn't say both, because I already used both. I switched that before. So we got like Frostbite, which is a reference to the heart line. We got Frozen and Forgotten, which is like a double referenced line. And then the other one we could do is we could do something like this. Like something like this, but that sounds too good. That sounds too good, you know what I mean? Even though it's true, it is. So that's a reference like the start of Legacy, or the start to Legacy, the road to Legacy. It could be that. Actually, that'd be better. The road to Legacy. So it'd be like that could be another line. The road to Legacy. Legacy is like something that matters a lot to her, and that's a reference to this last line. Like you know, but the road to Legacy is not one so easily traveled. Like that's a good one too. where your body temp goes below 50 Fahrenheit and it affects your heart. Does it actually? I didn't know that that was a thing. I mean, I know it like affects your body, but I didn't know it actually directly affects your heart or anything. I mean, Frostbite's not bad. It's not that great of a like. It's not that great of a title, but that line hits hard as fuck. Like that's one of the better. I mean, there's a lot of really good lines in this, but like that's specifically a really good line. Like it's something far worse than Frostbite that took her heart. It's pretty good. Not just one part like Frostbite. I've never heard that word. Look it up. Okay. But it seems like that's not as bad. It seems like that, like Frostnip, what you're talking about, it doesn't seem that bad. Because Frostbite is where you have to like amputate shit, which like it sets a tone. It sets a different tone. It's like Frostbite's very bad. It's very serious. Whereas this is like talking about like, you know, mild. It's mild and it's like can be treated at home type shit. We definitely want this to be like everything. Like every title in here should be relatively hard hitting. Hopefully. I mean, here's the titles I have so far. So these are like the part names. It's like Frostbite, which is like somewhat questionable. That's the one. Like I'm debating on that. We've got Yen. Yen is not debatable. Not only is it a cool name, but it's also well. Here I can go through. I don't know. Let me see if there's any spoilers. But like Yen is a reference to this line here. Something really bad just happened in this, but there's like a line. Let's see. I can try to find the lines where they reference this. Oh, I have to redo all this shit too. This is gonna look weird to you guys. Oh, wait. Messed it up. I'm getting rid of spaces is what I'm doing. I know it looks weird. I should just do this later, but it bothers me that they're here. Kind of messed up. It messed up my writing. I went to copy paste it into here because I was like gonna work on it in here. Let's see if I can find the Yen line. Yen is a good title though. It's somewhere down here. Damn, I can't. I mean, you guys will probably see it before I do. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see the line, bro. It's right here somewhere, though. Oh, here it is. 16 years of existence, and this was the first time this child felt yen. That's what I named this off of. This is like after, like, she murdered someone, basically. And that's a reference to that. It's pretty crazy. Like, she got into a fight. Well, she didn't really murder them. That implies that they, like... She didn't really murder them. She defended herself with a knife. And they did not live. So that's like a reference to that. Vehemence is not going to change because it's too cool of a word. Vehemence is pretty badass. It means like with passion. Pretty good. A less than peaceful side is like a reference to her mind, but I don't know. That one could change, but it's a pretty good title. The only thing I don't like about it, I'll get to what I don't like about that. There's one thing I don't really like about that title. Revenant, that one might change. I don't know. It perfectly fits the part, but I kind of don't like it. It's too simple. I don't know. Rust Free is amazing. That's like one of my favorite titles just because it's weirdly phrased, but actually makes perfect sense to what actually goes on, and it's something she says. On Volts is also a cool reference. It's like something she says. It's like a reference or it's a line she says like a lot, not just once. Like she references it, like how she's always on Volts. It's basically like a way of saying like I'm always angry. Like how people now would say like I'm heated. People say that a lot. Like she says I'm on Volts, or like people say like don't fuck with Grail. She's on Volts. Let's see. Ritual is good. It's a reference to a guy. I can't really say too much, otherwise it'll just be spoiling it. But Ritual's pretty good. That one won't change. A Bond of Flesh and Metal is pretty cool. Probably won't change that. The Loops is a really weird title. It's the only weird one in here. Or, like, it's the weirdest one in here, but it kind of makes sense. This is one of my favorite titles, so this one's obviously not changing. A Web of Crooked Thoughts. That shit goes so hard. A Web of Crooked Thoughts goes hard as fuck. And then I think this is my favorite, though. The ones that walk like the ones who walk like me. Or the ones that walk like me. That shit goes fucking crazy. And then Life Sentence. That should be the last part. And then I put Plane of Silence, like, question mark, because I might make another part, and it might be called Plane of Silence. Or The Planes of Silence, something like that. Or The Plane of Silence, A Plane of Silence, something like that. The only thing I'm very nitpicky when it comes to naming shit and whatever. The only thing I'm kind of not liking is that I have 3 that start with A. That's what I was going to say about A Less Than Peaceful Side. This is my least favorite of those 3, I think. I definitely am not changing this. Like, A Web of Crooked Thoughts goes way too hard. I'm not changing that. Like that, if there's only one that starts with A, it's going to be that one. So I need to figure out, like, I mean, this could be it could be The Bond of Flesh and Metal. It could be that. I could switch it. Because I think The sounds better. I don't think A. A sounds weird. It doesn't sound weird in this one, but, like, it sounds weird to have 3 of them. I don't know. I'm super nitpicky, but that is what it is. I need another 30-second clip from my edit. Feels bad. You should have Yang to complete Yen. No, it's not that kind of Yen. It's not like the Yin and Yang. It's Yen like, well, actually, it probably is like that kind of Yen. I assume that's probably what that means. Well, I don't know what Yang means, I guess. I know Yin and Yang is like balance. It's all about balance and shit. But this is like the Yen, like, I don't even know what it means. I don't know the exact definition, but like it's a feeling. At peace, sort of shit. Band one sounds so metal. What, you mean this one, the Bond one? Could have got some clips when we were playing Smite, but you didn't because you're weird. Feels bad. But yeah, I gotta figure out. I think Frostbite is the best out of these. I mean, Frozen and Forgotten's good. Not bad. But Frostbite probably is better. I might play with Virus, maybe. I don't know. Tonight. Not really sure yet. I was gonna do some, like, editing of this and see how that goes, but I don't know if I should or not. Yeah, I don't know how to do that on stream. It's kind of weird to edit it on stream. But I can, I guess, you know. I mean, this shouldn't need editing, but I also want to, like, I want to reread it again. I want to make sure it's perfect. Also, I wanted to compare the word list. Like, part 1 is 1,200 words. Part 2 is 1,700 words. Part 3 is 1,800 words. And these ones I just haven't copy-pasted in here, but most of them are done. I think my favorite is The Ones Who Walk Like Me. Yeah, that one is my favorite, I think. Well, it depends. It's like I have like different favorites, I feel like. I don't know. Like, The Ones Who Walk Like Me has the most meaning, and it means a lot to me too because it's based on a rant that I wrote. Like, I said that I wrote this line in my rant. And like the whole point of this, like literally the entire point of this, like I wrote a rant about this kind of thing, and that's what came of it. A Web of Crooked Thoughts is like the coolest in terms of like, I don't know, that just paints a really quick picture. Actually, let me read to you real quick. Let me see. Let me find it real fast. Hang on. What are you gonna do for the background of the pages? What do you mean? Let me try to find. I'm gonna try to find the opening line to the like a web of crooked thoughts because it goes so fucking hard, bro. Like my favorite opening line, I think. Like usually the titles like the title itself in that part is usually near the end of the part. But a web of crooked thoughts is like the only one that has it right off bat. But it just sets the tone, bro. It goes crazy. It's literally the first line, bro. Dude, this shit goes so hard. I found it. Wait, so some books like have like older looking pages. Oh, I see. They have burn marks, or they're just plain. Yeah, older looking pages could be cool. I mean, we'll have to see. I mean, this, I don't even know if this will ever be in an actual physical book. I really hope it will be, but the short stories, I'm not sure. Actually, you know, fuck it. No, they will be. I'll make sure of that. Yeah, so this is the opening line to A Web of Crooked Thoughts, bro. This shit, like, this goes so hard. It won't go as hard for you guys because you guys don't know, like, the setup of the line. Like, I mean, it's not really that much of a spoiler, but let's just say, like, what's a good way of putting it without spoiling it? Grail's spirit animal, this is gonna sound so weird. Grail's spirit animal is a bear. Let's just put it like that. Kind of. But anyways, the starting line of this is like part like 9 or some shit, bro. This is like, well, actually, we could see right here. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's part 11 now. But anyways, the opening line to it is, with a web of crooked thoughts, Grail walked the ends with an extension in hand, looking for someone to rot. But like she said once before, she wasn't one to ying at random. Instead, her blade was itching for a specific someone, a wayside youth that thought it was a good idea to run up and poke the bear, but now it's time to sniff him out and give him the claws. That shit goes so fucking hard, bro. That goes astronomically hard. Just because, like, the bear reference for Grail is crazy, bro. Like, cause she already kind of like, I don't know, it's just like she embodies that shit anyways, but like she actually has like a tie to bear, like to a bear. It's great. It's great. Also just like for some reason, like A Web of Crooked Thoughts is a vibe, bro. That's actually crazy. It just fits her. Alright, I gotta find a way to charge my phone real quick. Not to mention, that's going to be like one of the most violent parts. Actually, is that the violent part? I mean, they're all kind of violent, but like there's one that's like super violent. Poke the big dog, yeah. Well, luckily this is narration. That's probably what Grail's thinking. Big dog. Surprised you remembered that. I think this is like the really. Let me see. Yeah, this is the really violent part. Web of Crooked Thoughts. Because the loops is like her getting ready for it. It's like getting ready for the big thing that's about to happen. This is the big thing that happens. And then the ones who walk like me is like she's thinking back on it. Like she's for the first time in her life having second thoughts about something she did. Like it bothers her a bit. And then life sentence also like carries that on. I think I might even need another part because it might not be. Trying to think now. I think the first part of Frostbite goes hard, dude. The first part of all of them kind of go hard. Well, not necessarily the first part. The ending of all of them goes like specifically pretty hard. Yeah, I'm about to read some of this shit for you guys. Maybe. Read more of it than I ever have. I don't know. Let me see. I don't think you guys can see this if I do this. Let me see. Kind of curious what you guys can see and what you can't. Oh wait, it's doing. I see. Hang on. I gotta go to Google Docs and like copy paste my work real quick. Because if I go to here, oh wait, this one is blank because I don't actually have this. Fuck. So it's a Revenant, and then This one's also blank. I don't have that one. So then it's on volts. That's the next part that I have. On volts. Let me find it real quick. Might be easier if I like copy paste multiple at once. But... copy. In the wrong thing. Needs to be in this. This is what I was doing before the stream started, was this, which is kind of boring, but just basically like copy pasting all my work. And then, because I wrote on like 2 different things. This is the main software that I prefer to write on. It's better. All right, so this is like one part on volts. Need this part too. See if I can get all my work on these real quick. Then you guys can actually see anything I talk about if I want to show you. I don't know how much I should show you. I have some notes here too. Like this one that I'm just about to paste, you guys will see that I have some notes. Copy. Paste and match style. So see like this right here, add Grail asking how she got here. Because I wrote this whole thing and I realized she never really questioned how she got there, even though she should. So like that's like a note. Obviously that's not going to be on there. Oh wait, hang on. Wait, did I? Yeah, I did this right. And also, every time I paste it, you see it like double spaces all my shit. That's what was kind of annoying me earlier. Like, why is it? Oh, I did miss something. I know what I meant to do. Gotta center it so it looks better. Oh, that's not right. I don't think I have much for this part. Actually, it looks like I do have a decent bit for that part. I don't really remember this part. I mean, I remember it, but I don't remember it. I can't see chat right at the moment, just so you guys know, because I got both my screens to do this. Ah, fuck, I did the wrong thing. Oh well. Gotta do this. It was easier than I thought it'd be, so never mind, doesn't matter. Oh, also the part names are gonna be part numbers are gonna be off. I have to change that too. The loops. This is a good part. I could read you guys the loops, honestly. It's really not. There's no spoilers in that one, I don't think. These parts are obviously not done though, just so we're clear on that. The only parts that are technically done are the first 2. Like, they're done. But I'm still gonna like look over them because I'm really picky with everything. But they are done. I say first 2. Honestly, I'm just gonna say first 1 because I still want to look over this one. There's one part in it that I kind of don't like, and like I said, I'm really picky. So, a web of crooked thoughts. We're almost done. I could check chat real quick though. 15 out of 10 on the hard scale. Yeah, it is. I think the first part of Frostbite. Oh, I read that. Please get Rust free. I want to hear that so much, dude. I basically read it last night. What are you talking about? You were here, weren't you? You gotta go. Oh man, I think I missed you leaving, but appreciate you hanging out. A virus is here. Welcome, welcome. Alright, so we got the loops. This is where it gets... Yeah, this is all like... I don't even need to copy paste the rest of this. Oh wait, the ones that walk like me, maybe. Damn, this shit goes crazy hard, bro. God damn, I'm good at this shit. Alright. I was here. I mean, I want to hear it all. That was all of it as of right now. I don't have any more. That was the whole thing so far. I need to create the rest. Because that's new. Like, or Rust Free is really new. Like, I just came up with that idea like a week ago, so everything that I read to you guys was pretty much all there is so far. Alright. So yeah, pretty much we've just got to work on these ones. I mean, I've already read this one to you guys. I think everybody in here's heard this one. But yeah, I don't really need to go over it, but... That was all of it. It's another cliffhanger. Damn. No, that one's not gonna have a cliffhanger. It's just when I say that was all of it, I don't mean that was all of it as in like it's done. I mean that's all of it as in I need to make the rest. I read like half of the part, and like half of the part is all I have. I don't have the other half. Like where she does where they go and collect the money. That's gonna be in there, and then it ends with like you already know the ending because I talked about the ending. It ends with like her questioning the guy that's smiling, but then Vic is like, no, he's not smiling by like Will. He's like, it's Rust. And then Grail ends the part ends with Grail being like, I think I'm gonna stay clear of there. Like I want to remain Rust free. It's like the only thing she's afraid of is the Rust. That's like the one thing that scares her in like all her life is Rust, which is kind of funny. It's like she's around a bear at a certain point. And literally the only thing that worries her is Rust. Pretty scary shit, though. These are all the chapters in my actual book. This is the plan to like names. They're all in German, obviously. These are pretty good. Pretty good names. A lot of good names in here. It makes sense that I wouldn't use Legacy, because I did Vermächtnis. Vermächtnis. I'm not the best at pronouncing German. Vermächtnis. That's what that is. Legacy. Rust Bear Deadliest combo. That'd be pretty scary. I can't say this word either. I can say most of them, but some of these German words are really hard. Wirklich is not hard, not too bad. Die Warme der Liebe, that means like the warmth of love. Nahrungskette is like it's the food chain, like their version of the food chain. Zugzwang is a really cool word that doesn't really have like a good translation to English, but like if I was like I translated it as like the pressure to move, which is pretty much what it is. You just can't translate it in one word. It's like a sentence for us. This just means like reunited. Ruhe und Frieden is like peace and quiet. It's also something that you would say like rest in peace though as well. Unser Tag means like our day. Tod und Sehnsucht means like death wish or like the want to die, which is pretty crazy. Bluterschaft means like blood rain. That shit goes crazy too. And then Abschlachten is like the most, I think that's like the hardest hitting one, maybe. The Abschlachten's like a really harsh word in German. Like you don't. It specifically it means to slaughter. Like is what it means. But like I don't know how to put it. It has like a bad connotation. It's not a good word. Like schlachten, like without ab, like ab is like a verb. It's like or like it adds like I don't know how to explain it. Like you know how it says like the translation to this is like to slaughter. Like schlachten by itself is slaughter, so like ab is like to slaughter adds the verb to it. Um, but they like whenever they talk about like animals, they use like schlachten, like slaughter, like you slaughter an animal sort of thing. But abschlachten specifically typically refers to people. It's not a very good word. So that's a good one. Got a good like vibe to it that fits the story. That's kind of like where the climax comes in, somewhere around this. But the most important one is Wir sind. That's like my favorite. It means the most to me. A lot of them are good. Why does it have so many? It's because the slang. Hey, this looks weird. Oh, it makes sense. It's not in the right. I was gonna say it looks different than everything else. Wait, this is wrong. Something's wrong about that. Gotta fix this. It's not. This is old. This is really old. Revenant. Maybe this is the newer one. I have to recopy paste. Yeah, because man just had to sort something out. You get me? That's how it should be. Yeah, this whole part is like old as fuck right here. I gotta get rid of that. Copy. Because this shouldn't. This should be in there too. That's weird. Did I mess this up? I hope not. I hope I don't have to redo this. Well, I definitely won't have to redo it, but to a certain extent I might. I can't believe there's gonna be a part in between this too. This is gonna be insane. The setup to this is gonna be ridiculous. This is like the saddest. This is one of the saddest parts. It's like the best you can get. Okay, yeah, this is good. This is good. This is fixed. This is the fixed version. Yeah, it looks so much better. Alright. Been fixed. Let me try to put this part up if I can. Google Docs. You'll be my friend for a second. Copy. Alright, just for you, Bunny. Here we go. Alright, so the bottom of that is just lines. This is a list of the gang members and their gang. This was like a list I just made myself. Sort of in order of importance, somewhat. But I need more people, I need more names. I haven't really thought of all the names for the gang members yet, but these are the ones. Damn, this is part 6. Makes sense, I guess. I mean, Grail is definitely the coolest. That's for damn sure. But she's not the leader of this gang or anything. She's just involved in it. But she does the most, probably. She does probably do the most. She's the most active member of the gang. Yeah, so most of this is just like dialogue, which is what I read yesterday. See how much dialogue it is? It's not really anything else, to be honest. And then at the very end, I just have some of these lines that I wrote. Just some slang terms to keep my mind in that that world sort of thing. Have her stab the gang, throw it over. Why would she do that? Grail has actually like a lot of respect. She just has a lot of anger. So she like specifically like finds. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of I think it's an interesting like thing. It's an interesting like topic to have or discussion to have where it's like. What's cool about Grail is she doesn't really do things that she thinks is wrong. And if she does, she really thinks on it like a lot and feels bad about it. But she thinks what she does isn't necessarily I wouldn't say she thinks it's right, but she definitely thinks it's not wrong. If that makes sense. Like she only hurts people that yeah, this is the end, like her saying this. I think man will stay in Renmore for a bit. Man would like to remain rust-free. I don't wish to smile. That's a good line. That's a good line, bro. Yeah, that's a good line. But yeah, she's kind of respectful. You know what's really dirty? And I've been seeing shit on TikTok and I fucking don't like it because I don't want people to get this fucking idea out. So I have this idea on my book, right? And I've started seeing like TikToks making a joke about it. And it's like, it's just a joke, so it's fine. but they're like very close to crossing a line I don't want them to cross, man. Like, I don't want this to be out there. But I'll say it to you guys, I don't really care. It's not that deep. It's not like it's my idea anyways. I mean, it is, but it isn't, you know what I mean? Like, people have done this before. So I have a character in my book who does something that's like absolutely fucking filthy, but like it's meant to be really filthy. It is filthy, which is like, you know how like an honorable person would never, like in a battle especially, like if you're like an honorable warrior, you would never like strike down an innocent person, right? Like that's a thing. It's like it would be like a code of conduct that you all follow essentially. It's like you don't strike down innocent people, which like almost everybody would have that kind of like, well, I won't say almost everybody, but anybody worth their fucking, weight in salt, if you want to say it like that. Anybody worth anything would feel that way, right? Like you don't strike down innocent people, sort of shit. Even if they're on the side of like people that you're fighting against that you like dislike, sort of shit, right? And then there's like, well, it's like, and in today's, if you were to like be in the U.S. Army or anything, it's like that's like war crime shit. Shooting people if they're not a threat, like actually a threat, don't have weapons, shit like that, right? Well, anyways, I have this character. I won't say who. There is a character that fights with quite a bit of honor, and that's one of like their go-to things. They always talk about that they will never strike down like an unarmed person. It won't happen. Well, it's not like they make a big deal about it, but like it's a thing, right? Like their whole army is like quite honorable. It's like we don't do that shit. But like a lot of bad shit happens to this character to the point where like they have like the most interesting arc in my entire story, I think, because they don't actually like, they're not evil. They don't go evil or anything. Like literally their actions don't ever change. They do the same thing. Like from being like a hero to not being a hero, they do the same shit. But like the later the book goes, the more like aggression and anger is in what they're doing. So again, their actions didn't change. But like the vibe behind their actions changes drastically to where they just feel hate. And like they're really angry, almost like Grail. And the worst thing they do, which is relatively bad, but it's not, well, it is and it isn't. Because they don't do it to just innocent people. They don't do it to completely random people or anything. Well, they do, but they don't. I don't know how to explain it. I can't say too much without spoiling it. But anyways, they do the like, I won't ever strike down an innocent person or whatever without a weapon. They do the like, well, here's your weapon. Like, pick it up and fight. Or like, that's that. Like, you have a weapon now. Like, I'm giving you a choice to fight. They do that shit. It's dirty as fuck. Like, the way I pulled it off in my book, it's fucking filthy, bro. Because they're also really good. Like, they're good enough to where they're probably not beatable. So it's like, technically speaking, it's like, well, here's your chance. Like, you have a chance just like I do. Like, it's a duel. It's fair. Which it is. It is fair. You can't say it's not fair, because some people will make the argument like, oh, it's not fair because you're like, this super famous person, really good at that shit. That's like literally what you do. But it's like, I mean, you shouldn't have talked shit then, because that's kind of what happens in the book. It's not to like completely random people. It's to people that like have something to say. It's like, oh, you have something to say? It's like, well, here you go. How about you like fucking talk, like, walk the walk kind of shit. It's badass though. The few scenes this happens, it's fucking filthy. It's pretty dirty. You'll have to see, like, it's better than I've described it. I'll put it that way. It is better than I've described it. It's very good. Like, the people that get, like, that this happens to, it's pretty rough, but it's also kind of like they got what they, like, deserved, sort of thing. In a way. It's like, because the character that does this, they're not, like, actually that bad. They're not really, like, overly, well, that's how I see it. It is definitely it's definitely something that is debatable for sure. I mean, some people will agree with it, some people will agree with them, some people won't. I'm personally of the opinion, like, I actually agree with, like, everything they do, pretty much. Although they are, it's just, yeah, a lot of bad shit happens to them, so they do a lot of bad things, sort of thing. But, like, they're overall, like, what they're doing is actually really good. Like, they're, like, a hero. which is how that's how I would refer to them. Like they're a hero, but they just do some bad things occasionally. But like overall, what they're doing, like what they're fighting for, means like a lot to everyone. So they are heroic. But yeah, it's pretty filthy. It's cool as fuck though too. Like, it's really badass when it happens. Oh, I need to find that. Where's the rest of this? This is just like notes mostly. We're in the late chapters here. Oh, this is it. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, Blütherschaft, yeah. Yeah, that shit goes crazy. That chapter goes crazy. Just 1,100 words in the introduction. This has 22,000 right now. This chapter 1 has 22,000. Chapter 2 has 16,000. They're not done though. Like, I obviously have to work on this shit. They're probably gonna be around this, like 20, or not this one, like 22. They're probably gonna be around like 20 to 25,000 a chapter, maybe. I don't know. Words, decent bit of words. People are so fucking stupid, man. Actually, people fucking commenting on this shit. I mean, I'm glad they're commenting on it, commenting all their fucking hate on this shit, because it's literally getting me so many more views than normal. Like, actually, these fucking dumbass people that are like, because I said in a fucking post today, like, I don't have time to hate comment. Like, I barely even have time to comment on videos I like. Like, that's not my said. And then I get these fucking absolute dumbasses who can't think past their fucking ears, where they literally are like, yeah, but you had enough time to make this rant. It's like, first of all, that rant took me 1 minute to make. Let's be clear about that. Because also people are like, yeah, you had the time to make this whole video. It took me like a minute or less to record me talking, and it probably took 10 minutes or less to record that video, or to make that video. It took me about 11 minutes to make what you're watching. So let's be clear about that first of all. But anyways, they're like, yeah, you had enough time to make this rant. It's like, I feel like you missed a vital part of this, which is that I benefit from making this video, because you're all talking about it. Like, I benefit from this. Anyways. It's like, how do people not realize that? It's like, oh, you don't have time to hate comment or comment on videos, but you do have time to make this video that I'm watching and a bunch of other people are watching, and that if you get enough people to watch, you'll make money from? Huh. Apparently he has time, guys. I'm pretty sure I think you've missed a vital part of this, which is that me making that video could bring me money. Okay, I feel like you've missed this. I feel like you've missed the point. Yes, I am trying to do YouTube. Like, yeah, people are really stupid. Dude, like the comments in that are absurd. I'm fine with it because, like I said, like, dude, comments got me so many more views, bro. I got 2,000 views on that short, bro. That's 2,000 views because it got 40 comments. That's why. Well, half the comments are like me responding to dumbasses, but you know, it got like 20 probably comments or 20 something. I mean, honestly, the more you guys comment, I don't know if, well, I don't know how it works. I don't know if you guys can comment, like, if one person could comment multiple times. I don't know if that would help, actually. We could technically test that. Maybe if you guys just commented a couple, like, 10 times or something, it might actually help. I don't know. I don't know if it would help if, I think it might be more about, like, how, like, the amount of people that comment rather than the amount of comments. But technically, like, we could test it. I mean, maybe if I just post a short and you comment like 1, 2, 3, maybe it would send it to more people, bro. Because this one got 2,000 views like really quick, or well, it got 1,000 views really quick. It got 1,000 views like in the first like 30 minutes, bro. And then it got like the other 1,000 today, like just throughout today. I bet it got a fuck ton of dislikes. That's usually how it goes. Post truth and then you get dislikes. All right, what am I reading? What do I read? Do I read Yen? I don't think anybody has read Yen. Or do I reread Frostbite and then I read Yen? Frostbite? Surprised you want Frostbite. Because yeah, I think you guys have heard Frostbite. If I can reread Frostbite and then go into Yen, they're like back to back. First part 1, part 2. Pretty sure part 1 is done. Part 2 is like basically done, but I might need to edit it some. I feel like it's weird now though that like you guys could read it. You guys could just read it faster than me. Because I'm not gonna intentionally read fast. I'm gonna read it like kind of how I like to read it. Obviously. All right. If I decide that if I hear anything that's like bad, I'm gonna like edit it while I read because that's partially the point of me reading it out loud. Like I think I might have said this before, but like I read things out loud to try to like my go-to rule is writing is good. If you read it out loud and it sounds good, that means it's good. Because usually when you write something, it could look good and sound good in your head, but once you read it out loud, you'll know if it's good or not. And it doesn't mean like if I stutter, it doesn't mean it's bad. But if I stutter 10 times in a row on one line, that means it's bad. That's like, well, not 10. That's a bit exaggerating, but you know what I mean. Like if I read a line over and over again and it sounds weird, that means I need to change it. That's how I look at it in my head. Although, like, obviously, naturally, I'm going to stumble and fumble because just that's how it's going to be. Yeah, the voice, I think the voice makes it a bit better. Ask my homie Verd to read it for you. Dude, I actually would, like, so be down to hear him read part of it or something. I'm just curious. I don't really like my own voice, to be honest, but I don't think he could do the anger, though. Well, I don't know. His voice is too calm. I think my voice is a bit better for the anger, maybe. But, like, he could definitely... I feel like he'd be, like, actually good. But anyways, I'll reread this, then. Alright. So, yeah, I'm gonna edit it some as I go. Frostbite. Frost, harsh enough to turn live bodies into hollow vessels, accompanied by wind that whipped and slashed shards against the skin, leaving men both frozen and forgotten. A lifetime of pain and suffering, while not the most glamorous, stands tall in the field of teaching. The strongest of warriors were not taught by striking sword to wooden post, but by having heavy practice blades break bones at slightest mistake. In a place that holds no remorse, only the strong survive. But this young girl was no warrior. She was nothing of note. A child of woe left to solitary, to fend for herself. You know what? Side note real quick. That was the other title that I could use. A Child of Woe. I was thinking of calling this part, like, Child of Woe. I could still do that. I'm gonna write that down real quick. That was the other one. Something like this. Something that used woe, like a child of woe. Mayor Connor read it. Yeah, that'd be good. A child of woe left to solitary to fend for herself. Pure isolation. This might be italics? Pure isolation. Well, that was one of the only enjoyable things about the snow-coated prison that many more wealthy than her called their home. While her memories of that place were bleak, that night played in her head over and over again. It was far too long ago to recall any exact details, and every attempt to pull some back only led to them slipping further out of reach. Traversing these fragments of the past felt like running on an iced-over lake. The more she tried to speed up, the more time she would need to spend recovering, lest she plunge into the water below. This faint vision in her mind showed that of a young girl born without a heart, but it was not this iced-over city that she found herself in that proved too much for its subtle beat. It was something far worse than frostbite that took her heart. At least those long days of starvation were set to end once her older sister came back with food. Ripples in the memory didn't allow for her to recount that wondrous taste of life, but it did recount an image of her sister looking at her with those loving eyes, an image that now made her chest feel empty. There's no such thing as true happiness, not for a child left on her own, unwanted. Her parents didn't even give her a name when she was born. She was a mistake, and along with her sister, they threw her to the street before disappearing. Even those days weren't too bad, starving and barely surviving. At least back then, they had the warmth of another. At least back then, she had the warmth of another, her sister. Too bad that warmth faded quicker than flame in the endless white, for one day she woke up and her sister was nowhere to be found. Her sister was gone like the light in her eyes, gone like the hope in her chest, gone like the smile on her face, and gone like the blood in her veins as she slid glass across her wrist one more time. The memories torturing this soul broke again as she tried to recount the simplest of things. She tried to recall her sister's name. Was Eleanor the name she should be cursing? Or was it Elena? Would she even recognize it if she were to hear it again? There were so many holes in her memory, she didn't even know how she ended up here. All the memories of her early years were from a place that she never recalled leaving, a place far lower in temperature than Vela, the city resting on the coast of the Amethyst Sea that she now found herself in. Some people here said she was born from the wild. Some people here said she was born from the wild. Sometimes she wondered if that were true. These memories were so loose in her mind that sometimes she questioned if she even had a mother. Was it possible to be born without one? Other days she dreamt of doing... Yeah, this is wrong. There's too many some right here. Like some people here said she was born from the wild. And sometimes she wondered if that were true. So you can hear the difference. You can hear the difference between those two. Or I can, at least. It sounds weird without that. Some people here said she was born from the wild, and sometimes she wondered if that were true. And sometimes she wondered if that were true. These memories were so loose in her mind that sometimes, yeah, see, another sometimes, that sounds weird. That's that's another thing that caught my attention. These memories were so loose in her mind that she questioned if she even had that sometimes. That occasionally. I guess I just need to use a different word. I don't know how to spell occasionally. Is it with an O? Dude, I don't know how to spell that fucking word, bro. Wait, did I spell it right? Is that how you spell it? I don't know. It's not giving me a red squiggly line. I might have spelled it right. I don't know. These memories were so loose in her mind that occasionally she questioned if she even had a mother. Was it possible to be born without one? But other days she dreamt of doing bad things to her if she ever found out the truth. Some people here said she was born from the wild, and sometimes she wondered if that were true. These memories were so loose in her mind that occasionally she questioned if she even had a mother. Was it possible to be born without one? But other days she dreamt of doing bad things to her if she ever found out the truth. This is correct, right? Dreamt. Alright, that's done now. That sounds better to me. All these thoughts piled into this young teen's mind as she continued to watch blood streak from her arm. Cutting wasn't as satisfying as she hoped. The other way was so much better, but she didn't have enough energy to throw down tonight. Yeah, I need to use a different word here. Here we go. I got it. Maybe. It's not a blade. I was gonna say the blade. Let's try this. All these thoughts piled into this young teen's mind as she continued to watch blood streak from her arm. This pain wasn't as satisfying as she had hoped. The other way was so much better, but she didn't have enough energy to throw down tonight. Cutting was only a way to transform sorrow into pain, but this little girl didn't have any sorrow left to shed. It was a feral hate that whipped around inside her chest. So if cutting was the tool for sadness, she needed something much more for hate. After all, if there was one thing she knew, it was that one can rid themselves of all shortcomings. You just have to do it proper. Yeah, I was thinking about slicing as well. Alright, I'm gonna reread this in full just so I know if this sounds good or not. All these thoughts piled into this young teen's mind as she continued to watch blood streak from her arm. This pain wasn't as satisfying as she had hoped. The pain should be the... All these thoughts piled into this young teen's mind as she continued to watch blood streak from her arm. The pain wasn't as satisfying as she had hoped. The other way... No, but then it's this bothers me. I could do slicing, something about it, I don't really like that. Doesn't sound right to me. I think this does sound good. The pain wasn't as satisfying as she had hoped. That sounds good to me, but I don't like that I start the next sentence with the... The pain wasn't as satisfying as she had hoped. I could just skip the other way was so much better, and then just put a comma, but she didn't have enough energy to throw down tonight. I feel like I like this line, it being in here. This is a reference to something that really does matter, to me at least. It matters a lot. It's pretty important. Because we're talking about a pretty touchy subject. I mean, she's literally talking about hurting herself, and she's referencing, like, yeah, the other way is so much better, but she doesn't have enough energy to throw down tonight. The suffering? No, because I think that makes her feel too weak to me. Because part of what we're, like, the point here, like, really the point here is that, like, the point is this, right? The point is this, like, this is the point. Like, cutting was a way to transform sorrow into pain, but this girl has no sorrow left to shed. So she feels like cutting is weak. Like, that's how this is meant to make you feel. It's like she tried to cut herself, essentially, and her mind is like, this shit is for the fucking weak. That's the vibe that you should be getting. Is like, she's like, that shit is fucking weak. Like, I don't have sorrow left to shed. It's a feral hate that whipped around inside her chest. So if cutting is a tool for sadness, she needs something much more for hate. So it's kind of like a reference to, like it's basically her being like, I'm not a bitch. And, like, this feels, like, weak as fuck. Like, it's nothing. Which is also why, like, she's referencing, or, like, that's why this reference is here. Like, the other way is so much better, but she didn't have enough energy to throw down tonight. That's referring to, like, her essentially beating herself up. Which is something she's done before. Like, actually, like, thrown hands at herself. Which is crazy to think of, but that's, like, more her style. The weak feel agony. I don't know. I could do, like, this method wasn't as satisfying as she hoped. That would also work. Then it would be this and the... That might be better. This method. Because it is about, like, the method. I never use the word method. I never use that word. All these thoughts piled into this young teen's mind as she continued to watch blood streak from her arm. This method wasn't as satisfying as she had hoped. The other way was so much better, but she didn't have enough energy to throw down tonight. Cutting was only a way to transform sorrow into pain, but this little girl had no sorrow left to shed. It was a feral hate that whipped around inside her chest, so if cutting was a tool for sadness, she needed something much more for hate. For her hate. After all, if there was one thing she knew, it was that one can rid themselves of all shortcomings. After all, if there was one thing she knew, it was that one can rid themselves of all shortcomings. One can rid themselves. One can rid themselves. That's right. That's more correct, right? Or is it supposed to be this? It's telling me it's supposed to be this. This sounds a bit weird. After all, if there was one thing she knew, it was that one can rid themselves of all shortcomings. You just have to do it proper. Is that correct? Or I feel like this one can rid themselves of all shortcomings. Is that correct? Anybody know? Should it be one can rid themselves? That's what sounds correct to me. After all, if there was one thing she knew, it was that one can rid themselves of all shortcomings. Maybe this is correct, though. I feel like this is correct, even though the other way sounds better. I think this is honestly correct. It just sounds weird, because it sounds strange, but I think this is technically correct. This is just a really important line, so I don't want to fuck it up. This is like one of my favorite lines as well. One can rid themselves of all shortcomings. You just have to do it proper. That's like a really good reference to like the slang that she uses and double meaning. The shard in her hand turned to face her heart. She was itching to dig it deep and search for worth that she knew was hidden beneath. She was itching to dig it deep and search for the worth she knew was hidden beneath. For the worth that she knew was hidden beneath. She was itching to dig it deep and search for the worth that she knew was hidden beneath. Unfortunately, she couldn't muster the courage. The vision would have to do for now. It played out vividly in her mind as her days went on, scrounging for food in the shadows as a volcano of hate hid beneath her skin. Although a few things did seem to hold back that fury inside her, like the nights she found herself laying under the stars in the forest as she watched the local wildlife, but those nights she found herself in Vela were different. I don't need to italics that. But those nights she found herself in Vela were different. In Vela, she always found herself in the Rinmore district looking for a quiet corner to lie down. Some nights were as silent as they get. Other nights you were forced to pretend you didn't hear someone getting run down and bladed on the street. It wasn't until now that she had an interesting thought. I mean, she had been there for years. I don't know if that should be there. Probably shouldn't, but like I feel like it didn't sound right without it as well. But it sounds too much like I'm talking or something. It wasn't until now she had an interesting thought. She had been there for years. Why did she stay in the most vile place? See, it sounds kind of odd without it, but it sounds weird with it. She had been there for years. I don't think it's wrong. I just think I'm being really nitpicky. She had been there for years. Why did she stay in the most vile place? Would they kick her off the streets in northern Vela? Who knows, said the voice in her head. Regardless, you belong down here. Make something of yourself. I know you feel it. I know you want it. It loomed in her mind with sinister intent. Can you feel that? A voice manifested by pure hatred that never rested. It implanted visions of hurting herself and others into her mind at every turn. It was no life to live. This lonely child didn't even know her own age. Not that it mattered to her. Age was nothing to celebrate. Whether she was here for 15 or 16 years did not matter. The only thing that mattered were the wars. The only thing that mattered were the wars she fought in and outside her mind, the scars that spanned her body, both from animal attacks and fits of her own rage. The only other thing that I can't think of, I skipped it because it doesn't sound terrible, but I don't like it either. I don't like this. I don't like the voice saying "who knows." Sounds weird. The voice is like pretty aggressive. It should be aggressive. So like, let's say like, she's saying like, "Why did I stay in the most vile place? Or would they kick her off the streets in Northern Vela?" And it says "who knows." That doesn't sound right to me. But how else do I start this off? Like, said the voice in her head. Then this line is good. "Regardless, you belong down here. Make something of yourself. I know you feel it. I know you want it." Like that's a better line because it's a bit more ominous. I don't know exactly maybe what it's talking about, but also it says like regardless you belong down here, so it's like putting her down. You belong down here in the shit place. But I need a different line for it to be like maybe here. How about this? Maybe it's like this. You know why. That'd be better. So it's like, it wasn't until now she had an interesting thought. She had been down here for years. Why did she stay in the most vile place? Would they kick her off the streets in Northern Vela? You know why, said the voice in her head. But then I have to change this. But like, I think that's better. Like, you know why. Because it's meant to be aggressive. It's meant to like, it counters like everything she thinks that's like somewhat decent about herself. So it's like right here, she's like questioning like, wait, why am I down here in this shit place? And immediately her voice is like, you know why. Like, you belong down here. So I could just get rid of that. Like, you know why, said the voice in her head. You belong down here. Make something of yourself. I know you feel it. I know you want it. Something like that. I think that sounds a lot better. Because the who knows, I even got caught up on that when I was like recording the voiceover for this. I was like, that shit sounds weird. I'm trying to think if I want to change this. Maybe I should get rid of this line. You know why. You belong down here. Make something of yourself. I know you want it. It loomed in her mind with sinister intent. Can you feel that? I know you want this. You know why, said the voice in her head. You belong down here. Make something of yourself. I know you want this. It loomed in her mind with sinister intent. Can you feel that? Yeah, I think that's better. I think that's better. Alright, I'm skipping this. Because we already read that. And it was good. The scars that spanned her body, both from animal attacks and fits of her own rage. She hadn't achieved anything in life, and the voice in her head constantly reminded her she was nothing, weak and worthless. This went on for months, and while the forest was nice, berries only did so much for someone her size. She might have been young, but this little girl was a soon-to-be giant. Luckily for her, one night she happened... But this little girl was a soon-to-be giant. Would that be like that? This went on for months, and while the forest was nice, berries only did so much for someone her size. She may have been young, but this little girl was a soon-to-be giant. Luckily for her, one night she happened to spot food left in a forgotten bando. She didn't question why or who had left it. That mattered not, for if the choice was to starve or steal, she knew there was only one correct answer. She didn't question why or who had left it. She didn't question why or who had left it, because that mattered not. Because that mattered not, for if the choice For if the choice was to starve or steal, she knew there was only one correct answer. For if the choice was to starve or steal, there was only one correct answer. She didn't question why or who had left it, because that mattered not. For if the choice was to starve or steal, there was only one correct answer. She refused to leave this world weak and worthless. She refused to end up like her sister, frozen and forgotten. Luckily for this young girl, she would soon get an opportunity to prove that she was something more, an opportunity to stop wishing for respect and start demanding it. But the road to legacy is not one so easily traveled. There were many obstacles in her way, and she knew that. But what she didn't know was what was lurking in the pitch that stormy night, nor the legacy it carried within its long, chilling blade. 1250 words exactly. I think that shit is pretty good. It's pretty much done. I think that's pretty much done. Could switch it to this, but Frostbite's not bad. Doesn't have to be this exactly, but it could involve woe. I think Frostbite's pretty good though, because I think that is one of the best lines in here. Like that, like this. It was something far worse than frostbite that took her heart. I think that is a pretty damn good line. Also, we open up with like frost. Wait, I missed something. Thoughts that echoed in her skull. Wait, where is that from? Or what was I saying when you typed that? You were trying to make the you know why work. Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that. But I think it would be better if it was the voice. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me go back and look. It's right here, actually. I think it wouldn't be bad, but the only problem with it is like I wouldn't want it to be. So the only way that that would work really is it would be like you know why. Uh, the voice echoed through her skull, something like that. But it doesn't sound quite right because if I do, this is the first time the voice has been a thing. So I kind of need to. I feel like I need to use the word said. I don't know why, but it doesn't sound the same if I do like just the voice. Or wait, said. Yeah, because I can't really do echo and that. That I think that what you wrote would be good for like later on. 'Cause it's good. It sounds good, but I don't know if it sounds good here. This one is the first time it happens, so it needs to be like super clear. Just needs to be like exactly what it is. Yeah, because I can't really. It's kind of awkward to add there and make sense. Did I read Yen at all to anybody? I don't think I did. Can't remember. I mean, I've read it to people before, but I don't think I read it on stream ever or anything. Maybe I did. Not quite sure, Ski. Got more comments on my TikTok. You'd be surprised. Let me put that. Alright. I'll read this part. And then I'll be done with the reading shit. This one's gonna have so much more editing, though, I feel like, bro. It's gonna be annoying. Because there's, like, multiple parts that I want to change here, I think. Alright, the Renmore Reaper Part 2, Yen. Looking at the moldy bread that she held in her hand, tonight was set up to be the last night before another week of starvation, another week to question existence, another to question why she left. Another to question why she left. Another to question why she left. This daughter of the void birthed from Mother Nature. This daughter of the void, birthed from Mother Nature, was all alone. A nameless kid with hate embedded in her heart. Hate that needed a place to go. It was scratching and clawing at her skin, trying to convince its master to allow it just one moment of control. That's all it needed. This lost cub found herself in a forgotten bando, looking at the last piece of bread she had for the week. She thought long about her next move. Finding food while you were alone was already a struggle, but finding food in Renmore or Waterside could just as easily result in finding the bad end of a blade. The more she thought about it, the less appetizing it became. It wasn't about hunger, it was about her energy or lack thereof. Yeah, I referenced that last night, I think, to Funny, because I was talking about my rants. Yeah, that's the name of one of my rants. Energy or lack thereof. That's why I threw it in here. Anyways, little Easter eggs throughout all this shit. It wasn't about her hunger, it was about her energy or lack thereof. Each question convinced her further that she was not meant to be, a mistake, a disaster piece that no one wanted. The rain dancing on the roof and wind blowing through the cracked window were her only company, along with the occasional burst of thunder that rocked these weak stone walls. Then footsteps broke the cycle. Heavy and careless, they made their way to the door, stopping when they noticed it had been moved since they were last home. An uninvited guest, she found herself once more. It made sense now. Despite this abandoned shop being run down and ragged, in Renmore it may have well been a mansion. Of course someone lived here. This Endling found herself with only one option, to run. That's also a reference to a rant I wrote, like the Endling shit. This Endling found herself with only one option, to run. Well, not the only option, said the voice in her head, a voice of pure dread and hatred that knew exactly how to stoke her flame. If only you weren't weak, you could make something of yourself tonight. No talking required, just find some random neek on the ends, grip and glide. Or even better yet, you could be the one who ends up face down in the eaves. All italics that shit. Yeah. If only you weren't weak, you could make something of yourself tonight. No talking required, just find some random neek on the ends, grip and glide. Or even better, you could be the one who ends up face down in the eaves. Its words cut deep, especially because it had a point. Why keep fighting for nothing? Maybe it was for the best if her heart was to stop this uphill battle. Many times as a blade sounded like the most simple option. No more thoughts, no more voice telling her she wasn't good enough. Regardless, she shook the voice clear, like she did so many times before. It was time to leave. There was no talking herself clear in Renmore, even more so when she saw the silhouette of the man stepping inside. She knew who he was. She even recognized him before she saw the notorious knife he pulled from his hip, a well-known striker affiliated with Wayside, a man known not for talking but for slinging metal with renowned killers. I'm thinking of a line I need to add in here, but I might need to add it after this next bit. A well-known striker affiliated with Wayside, a man known not for talking but for slinging metal with renowned killers. It all made sense now. It all made sense now. A bando with bags and food left unguarded? Of course it was too good to be true. That's not how you spell that. Huh. Why did I spell it like that? That's interesting. I almost kind of like it, but that's not how you spell that. That's interesting. Is that how I was gonna do it? I don't mind that. The name's supposed to be Votan. Votan. And I kind of fuck with that spelling a little bit. I don't know why I did that, though. Votan. It was supposed to... Originally, it was Vodun. Like V-O with the dots above it. Like the umlaut O. D-A-N. Vodon. Vodon did not care for her. Votan did not care for her. I kind of like the T. Votan did not care for her. But should I add the umlaut O? I'm gonna leave that for now. It's kind of... I like the T. I mean, I must have done it for a reason, too. I like the sound of that. That sounds way better. I remember it vaguely now when I read this saying Votan. That sounds good. Anyways, a bando with bags and food left unguarded. Of course it was too good to be true. Votan did not care for her. This was no sign from the gods. Yeah, Votan is a god, by the way. Votan did not care for her. This was no sign from the gods. Yet another time in her life that she was not welcome. Another moment she was searching for a place to go. Okay, so this moves on. I was thinking about adding a question here. But I don't know, she doesn't really have enough time to question things too much. She knew who he was. A man, a well-known striker affiliated with Wayside. Yeah, I was thinking about adding a question of like her basically being like, but why is he down here? Because he's affiliated with Wayside, but he's in Renmore right now, and presumably he lives there. You know, because there's a abandoned building in Renmore. So this implies that a Wayside striker lives in Renmore, which I've already kind of thought about in the story. Like I have thought about this, so it's not like it's breaking my story. But I think it would make sense that her mind would be like, wait, why does he live here, though? But, well, she's not really into the gang shit yet. So maybe she just questions it later. Like, wait, why did he live here? Or how? Like, how did he get away with that? Because that could be something that she gets angry about, you know? Because when Grail is a part of the gang, that shit wouldn't fly. It's like, what, we have another member that lives here? He's not going to live here very long. I'm going to go handle that shit. How are we letting one of them, like, be here? That's crazy. So anyways, that could be a thing. I could do that later. Yeah. Yet another time in her life where she was not welcome. Another moment she was searching for a place to go. As he slipped through the door with his blade ready, she knew the window. She knew the window was her only option. The glass would surely sting, but she had no time to think about that. She had to take off now, or it would be too late. Like a cat taking off after a mouse, she pounced out of the shadows and straight to the window, lifting herself up by grabbing the seal. Cutting her hand and legs in the process as she fought gravity. I don't like that. She pounced out of the shadows and straight to the window. Let's try that instead. Like a cat taking off after a mouse, she pounced out of the shadows and straight to the window. Cutting her hand and legs in the process, she lifted herself up by grabbing the seal as she struggled in a fight against gravity. Sounds weird, doesn't it? That still sounds weird. Cutting her hands and legs in the process. Maybe I should just get rid of this whole seal thing. She lifted herself up as she struggled in her fight against gravity. Dicing her hand and legs in the process. Dicing her hands and legs in the process. Like a cat taking off after a mouse, she pounced out of the shadows and straight to the window. Dicing her hands and legs in the process, she lifted herself up as she struggled in her fight against gravity. It's too much her and she. But this is like so fucking annoying for like a writer for me to do because like she doesn't have a name yet, so I can't use her name. That's why there's like that's why it doesn't say her name ever. She doesn't have a name yet. So it makes it really hard to write because there's too many hers and she's and shit. It's annoying. Dicing her hands and legs in the process, she lifted herself up. Comma. Struggling in the fight against gravity, in her fight against gravity. I mean, it's one less she, so it should be... Dicing her hands and legs in the process, she lifted herself up, struggling in her fight against gravity. Yeah, that sounds better. Like a cat taking off after a mouse, she pounced out of the shadows and straight to the window. Dicing her hands and legs in the process, she lifted herself up, struggling in her fight against gravity. But she could hear them, those heavy boots slamming the ground before a hand grabbed her waist. With an intent to pull her back from the window, he yanked her down, causing her legs to raise and her head to dip straight down into broken glass. Causing her legs to raise and head to dip down. And head to dip down. And head to dip down. Dip straight down. And head to dip down into broken glass. And head to dip straight down into broken glass. Head to dip straight down. That sounds better, right? I think it does. Had to test. With an intent to pull her back from the window, he yanked her down, causing her legs to raise and head to dip straight down into broken glass. Yeah, that sounds better that way. Deep red showered the window and floor as 1,000 microscopic shards traveled into her lip. Some sliced clean through as her head slid from window to floor, but many remained inside, dicing her inner lip with future infection. Now she found herself with no time to escape. One way or another, a legacy would end tonight. His hand grabbed her shoulder to flip her around for what she imagined that long blade would make of her. For what she imagined. This is what I'm talking about, is like when I'm reading it, I'm not even reading it word for word sometimes, because like you can feel what sounds right. His hand grabbed her shoulder to flip her around for what she imagined that long blade would make of her. Then it happened. The passenger within... Whether she meant for it or not, it took complete control. Her hand was dripping with blood from the glass, but it wasn't until now she noticed that this cut was not accidental. Her hand was only cut because she had broken off a piece of glass. There was no more thinking, just instincts, a burning tornado of sickness and disgust for this world that tossed her to the side. Tossed her aside. A burning tornado of sickness and disgust for... Wow, I just got a whole fucking thing that just happened to me. I just remembered an entire dream. Isn't that weird how that happens? I had a dream last night that involved a tornado. Interesting. I don't think it matters. I usually write down my dreams. I don't think that one matters that much. Anyways. A burning tornado of sickness and disgust for this world that tossed her aside. That sounds good too. They all sound, I mean, either way sounds good. That's the other problem I have. There's two different ways I could write that and they both sound good. And I'm like, which one sounds better? Alright. Her hand was only cut because she had broken off a piece of glass. There was no more thinking, just instincts, a burning tornado of sickness and disgust for this world that tossed her aside. All of a sudden, his boots went silent against the stone. Vilna put a halt on the whipping winds and brewing storm. That's the other god. Alright. All of a sudden, his boots went silent against the stone. Vilna put a halt on the whipping wind and brewing storm. The world went silent. The world went silent. Even her heart that was about to beat out of her chest seemed to cease pulsing within her. That sounds weird too, but it's not incorrect. Even her heart that was about to beat out of her chest seemed to cease. Yeah, that's fucking horrible. It sounds weird as fuck. Even her heart that was about to beat out of her chest ceased to pulse within her. Yeah, that sounds better. The world went silent. Even her heart that was about to beat out of her chest ceased to pulse within her. There wasn't a single noise within miles, pure silence and isolation, the same as every cold night she spent alone. As he flipped her over to see his victim, she gripped the shard with malicious intent and drove the angle of glass straight into his throat with little to no resistance. He never saw it coming. Yet as she forced it through, she never felt a thing. Wait. There's a line missing here. He never saw it coming. Yet as she forced it through, she never felt a thing. He never saw it coming. It's like right there. I'm like, oh, I have the line, but I don't. Slipping. He never saw it coming. And as it grazed? And as the shard grazed off bone. And yet, wait, he never saw it coming. Maybe I should just get rid of that line. She somehow never felt a thing. He never saw it coming, and yet, as the shard grazed off bone, she somehow never felt a thing. Not the heft of her swing, nor the blood splatter across her arm and freckle her face, and most certainly not any form of remorse. Sounds better. As he flipped her over to see his victim, she gripped the shard with malicious intent and drove the angle of glass straight into his throat with little to no resistance. He never saw it coming, and yet, as the shard grazed off bone, I don't know if I like that, though. That he never saw it coming. But it, like, kind of needs to be there, because he didn't. I mean, wasn't really ready for that shit. Like, this wasn't much of a fight. It's more just like, she caught him. I mean, it's okay. He never saw it coming, and yet, he never saw it coming. I'm gonna leave it for now. I'll come back to it. As the shard grazed off bone, she somehow never felt a thing. Not the heft of her swing, nor the blood splatter across her arm and freckle her face, and most certainly not any form of remorse. For the first time, her mind was not present in this restless world. She was only watching from behind a barrier of heated veins hidden by the greatest armor to ever adorn her, an armor of pure numbness, with a clang only heard by one. That has to be italics. With a clang, only heard by one, the knife dropped to the floor as he stumbled back, holding a fountain of life from leaving his neck. It felt so good watching his expression change as she stood tall, the realization that memories would soon fade. It almost felt better than the rigid grip of his elongated blade. Almost. Almost. In this plane of silence, she couldn't hear him scream. In this plane of silence... In this plane of silence, she couldn't hear him scream. She couldn't hear or feel a thing, or so she thought. Oddly, only one thing in this moment she felt. She didn't understand why, but who was she to question it? After all, it was only now that she realized how good it felt to punch a blade down into someone so hard that it began to chip marrow and break bones. He tried to resist it. He tried to distance himself, but her youth made her quick. She jumped onto him, sending him toppling over as she splashed him to the ground with his own blade time and time again, a flurry of hate and sorrow delivered in each blow. The thought of everyone that left her or wronged her made each strike much more aggressive. Every smile, every couple seen walking together, every ounce of happiness she had ever seen, every smile, every smile, every couple seen walking together, every ounce of happiness she had seen in others throughout her life fueled what she was dishing out. I forgot I added that line. That's why it was partially hard for me to read, because I forgot that line existed. I remember most of these other ones. I forgot I added that. Subconsciously, she counted to 9, then in the midst of murder locked eyes with him. Terror is what she saw as he shared his final moments with her, but for our lonely cub, she only saw a hint of respect. Maybe it wasn't respect in its traditional form, but respect born from fear. He didn't take precaution when he enclosed this wild animal, and its bite was much deadlier than he could have ever imagined. A small snake with venom-laced fangs, a fatal bite. Finally, sound returned to her as she pulled the blade from him one last time. 9 may have been the number she counted to, but the marks in him told a much more savage story. Relentless. She wiped blood from the blade onto her pants before huffing out that last bit of anger. It probably should be her, but like my mind says that. She wiped blood from the blade onto her pants before huffing out her last bit of anger. She had. Huffing out the. It could be the, actually. The sounds good. She wiped blood from the blade onto her pants before huffing out the last bit of anger she had. I think that sounds good, even though I think it's kind of incorrect. Grammatically, I think it's a bit more incorrect, kind of, but it sounds better to me. She wiped blood from the blade onto her pants before huffing out that last bit of anger she had, wondering the whole time why she couldn't hear or feel a thing. She wiped blood from the blade onto her pants before huffing out that last bit of anger she had, while wondering the whole time why she couldn't hear or feel a thing. While wondering why she couldn't hear or feel a thing the whole time. She wiped blood from the blade onto her pants before huffing out the last bit of anger. Before huffing out that last bit of anger. It probably should just be the. The sounds more natural. She wiped blood from the blade onto her pants before huffing out the last bit of anger she had while wondering why she couldn't hear or feel a thing. Huffing out the last bit of anger she had. It was a mystery. Why she couldn't hear or feel a thing. It was a mystery to her why she couldn't hear or feel a thing, but now, suddenly, the pain hit her. It was a mystery to her why she didn't hear or feel a thing. It was a mystery to her why she didn't hear or feel a thing, but now, suddenly, the pain hit her, all at once. But now, all at once, the pain hit her. But now, suddenly, the pain hit her all at once. It was a mystery to her why she didn't hear or feel a thing, but now, suddenly, the pain hit her all at once. A mouthful of torment that stung so bad that she felt like... A mouthful of torment that stung so bad it felt like her jaw was coming loose. A mouthful of torment that stung so bad it felt like her jaw was coming loose. Then the crashing of thunder let her know the fight was truly over. She now, I should add to that, was truly over. All senses had returned. Then the crashing of thunder let her know the fight was truly over. Then the crashing of thunder and then the beating of her heart and crashing of thunder let her know, like that. A mouthful of torment that stung so bad it felt like her jaw was coming loose. Then the beating of her heart and crashing of thunder let her know the fight was truly over. Every one of her senses had returned. She now had to find a way to fix this, but first she needed a way to see the damage that had been done. It's too casual. This is where, like, this is near the end of this is where I know, like, things I want to edit. Every one of her senses had returned. She now had to find a way to fix this. That's too casual. Alright, that sounds a bit better, I think. There was so much blood coming from her lip. She knew she couldn't leave it to fix itself. She would need to fix this, but first she needed a clear view of the damage that had been done. Use the word fix twice, though. Sounds a little bit better, I think. Ah, this fucking mic is so annoying. I wish I could play music, you know, but YouTube obviously won't let me do that while I'm streaming. You know, how much better this would be what I do when I edit by myself. Listen to music, but can't do it. Get copyrighted. If I was an artist, dude, I'd want everybody to use my music. Go ahead, bro, because then people will like it and be like, "What song is that?" Is there a way to play music without it being picked up on YouTube? As of right now, no. Not for me, because I'd have to mute my desktop noises, which I don't want to do. I mean, I guess I could do that, but I don't want to bother. Hey, what's up, Mary? You've missed me reading some and editing some. I just finished playing Apex. How'd it go? I'm responding to a message real quick. Someone making... I'm schooling somebody real quick on my comments. At least he's a somewhat of an intellectual. Like, first guy I'm like having a debate with that actually has like somewhat of a fucking decent point, which is the first. Got masters now. I don't know what to do with my life. Feels bad. You streamed differently than how I streamed, but when I streamed and used Spotify on my Xbox, I didn't pick up the audio, so you could do that. I don't know if that works for you though. I could, but also like I'd only want to listen to music if you guys could hear it too, but obviously I can't do that. Yeah, this is the first person that I'm actually like having a good conversation with. The rest were pretty stupid. So I just jebaited them into just giving me more comments and boosting my algorithm. Alright. Let's see if I can... so this is like, I think another part that I don't really like. A few ideas popped up into her head as she quickly searched his pockets, taking anything and everything he had, even going as far to take his heavy black boots that he wore. While they were a bit big for her, he wouldn't be needing them anymore, and she couldn't pass up an opportunity at gaining something so valuable. If she couldn't wear them, she could trade them for coin, or better yet, some much-needed nutrition. Now it was time to find that weird wall she had seen a few months back when she had snuck into some tavern looking for food. When she had snuck into some tavern looking for food. When she had snuck into that tavern? It's a specific one. Now it was time to find that weird wall she had seen a few months back when she had snuck into that tavern looking for food. a wall that somehow reflected her image back at her, something she had only experienced with water before. That was the best way for her to get a glimpse at her lip. All she knew right now was that it was enough blood to make a man sick. Her stomach was beginning to turn, but as she got closer to the door, her eyes met with that last piece of bread, for her stomach did not turn from blood, but from hunger. Like sending that man down gave her purpose or justified her being. But from hunger. Somehow, it seemed that somehow sending. Alright. Met with the last piece of bread, for her stomach did not turn from blood, but from hunger. It seemed that somehow sending that man down gave her purpose or justified her being. And while it may be a while before she could eat again without pain, at least when she walked out of this bando with one last piece of life, she felt like there might be a place in this world for her after. She felt like there might be a place for her in this world after all. 16 years of existence, and this was the first time this child felt yen. Just one step out into the pouring rain while glancing down at the sinister kitsch gripped firmly in her right hand, she knew she finally found her obsession. Is it better without finally? Just one step out into the pouring rain while glancing down at the sinister kitsch gripped firmly in her right hand, she knew that she had found her obsession. I think it's good there. It's pretty fire. Mary, I worked on the map a bit more if you're still here. Tiny bit more, not too much, but I did work on it some more. I need to work on it more. Alright. I think that's good then. I mean, I did 2 of them basically. There's like one line in here that I'm still kind of iffy on, but I'll take that. I'll take that. It's not bad. Alright, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the rest of the night, because I don't think I'm gonna do too much more of this, if at all, any more of this. Need to play ranked with Layla. That's the thing I need to do. But I'm pretty sure she's not awake. I don't know. Well, she might be awake. I don't know if she's asleep or not. Usually isn't awake around these times. Iris, is he still up? I'm not sure. Definitely see What's the ranked map on Apex tonight? You know? Is it a good one? I mean, well, it has to be a good one because they're all three good. But which one is it? You know? I don't even know which one I'd rather play. I mean, I guess I'd rather play Olympus. Olympus has been fun. And probably like Kings maybe next, I guess. Then Worlds, but I like all of them. I don't know. I think Virus is up. I'm messaging him now. I'll check for you right now. I'm not on Apex right now, but I'll load it. No, you don't have to load it. I'll just look it up real quick. Fine. I'll just open a tab. You can look it up online pretty easily. Looks like it's Olympus for 10 hours and 30 minutes. That's what it's saying. Not bad. I do like Olympus. We might play some ranked. I'm gonna ask Virus if he wants to play some ranked. Didn't know you could just look it up. Yeah, you should look up. It's this website. Let me see what it's called. It's literally just called. Yeah, there's a website called ApexLegendsStatus.com. If you go there, you click on map, it'll tell you. It'll even tell you what the third mode is. It says TDM Phase Runner. I didn't know Phase Runner was a TDM map. That's new. Next map is Estates from 6:45 to 7 UTC. So it kind of tells you all that shit. Battle Royale, Kings Canyon on pubs, 1 hour and 27 minutes. I use that all the time, bro. You're gonna get so mad at rank, just a warning. I mean, yes and no, I don't know, man. I think it's just gonna be free as fuck too, though, at the same time. Because we're gonna be one of the only fucking teams that just fights. So we'll actually just kill people for free, it feels like. I feel like I think it will be more normal than you guys think, but I could be wrong. I'm willing to eat my words. But I don't think it'll be that bad. For like people like us that play like to fight, I don't think it'll be that bad. Could be wrong, though. But I don't know. We're not gonna have a third, though. I don't know. Everybody's getting masters, though. Fucking everybody's getting masters, so it can't be that hard, bro. I've seen a bunch of people get masters so far. Let me just send Virus a party invite. I don't know why I didn't do that instead. That's probably better. Because he probably can't respond to messages very well. That's why it's so shit. I mean, yeah, unfortunate. If Virus doesn't play, then I'll do a map stream because I don't have anything else to do. I don't think you guys. Let me show you the map while I'm waiting. I guess while we're waiting for him. I mean, I didn't do that much. I don't expect a lot. I started the prison. That's what I did. So we got all this shit, you know. Got like docs here, which I might I might do something different. Here's the prison, though. I started a prison, and I made this little river up here, which I like quite a bit. So yeah, I started the prison. Yeah, prison looks cool so far. Okay, what am I looking for? Rocks, where are they? Where are the rocks? Apparently they're not in here. Hello? They are in here. I'm just blind. Yeah, I really like this little river up here. It's pretty cool looking. Some random mountains. That way we can pine it up. So why would they make this place a prison? What do you mean, why would they make this place a prison? It's a great place for there to be a prison. Separated from all the other non-hooligans. You're not escaping this shit. Alcatraz, basically. Why wouldn't they make this a prison? Why this chunk of land? Like, is it unlivable? Because it seems like a waste of land. I mean, it probably is a waste of land, but where else? I mean, it'd be like, it's a waste of land to have prisons here anyways. Prisons are a waste of land. The prisons are already a waste of land. You might as well just waste one land rather than wasting parts of your land. It's separate. Like, you don't need to go over here. It's kind of out of the way. It doesn't matter. If you live here, you've got everything you need here. This could be separated. You don't need this, but, you know, you've got everything. You've got everything in Yale. You've got everything in Zindal, Itani. This place isn't that good either. You don't even need to be up here, bro. This place is mostly pretty shit, too, kind of. Well, it's not shit, but it's, like, pretty pointless for the average person to be around these parts. You know, like, Itani is good for, like, it's good for, like, wine and also, like, farmland and all that shit. Sandal's, like, just a really lovely, like, nice place, like, with a good mix of everything. Yale has literally everything. This place is kind of just, like, mountainous, and, I mean, it's cool, but it's probably not the best. Why not send them up to the White Death? Because it's called the White Death. At that point, just kill them. Yeah, I mean, like, the prison is for probably people that would get out, like, at some point, maybe. I don't know. I haven't thought that much of it. I just thought it'd be cool to have a prison over there. Yeah, if you were gonna execute people, you'd just kill them, or you'd send them there. Yeah, they'd die up there, too. Now, I'll have to think of a reason. I don't know, but it'd be cool to have a prison. I mean, it makes sense. There are prisons. Like, there's always been prisons for the longest time, so might as well be a prison. Could add other shit over here. It could be a work prison. Could be that, too. Transporting someone into a prison into the White Death would probably be difficult. Yeah. Well, I mean, there wouldn't be a prison up there. It'd probably just be... It'd be like 2 Games of Thronesy, though. It'd be like a wall right here, separating the cold, like the cold bit, and you just kick them off the wall. Like, alright, good luck, bro. Well, if they killed him, that's a waste of resources. Not really. You just hit them with a blade and they're dead. Like, guillotines and shit. That's not really a waste of resources. I don't think a guillotine wastes much resources at all. Why don't these trees look good? I can't place them, bro. They all look bad for some reason. We need a lake. Need a lake. Right here. Frozen lake. Just realized I didn't delete these trees. I meant to delete these trees up here. I guess I'll just have to be with them. I'll rock with them now. They're here. I mean, they don't look bad. I didn't mean to keep them. I was kind of just placing shit to see what it looked like. But fuck it, you gotta start somewhere. I have to go to sleep. Bye. He's so quick with it. Later, Leighton. I don't know if these like mountains look good or not. I mean, they look alright. I think they actually do look good. They just need shit around them. Is it okay if I make your stream a drinking game? I mean, I don't know how you do that, but I mean, what you do is what you do. Just don't let Layla know about the game. The only thing I'd ask of you. Trying to get her to stop drinking. No, not really, but maybe a little bit. Well, hopefully Virus comes over here. I don't know. Yeah, just make her drink less. I mean, I think drinking at all is stupid, but I think fully getting to quit would be hard. Yeah, I don't really want her to fully quit. I mean, I have no say in it anyways. It's none of my business for what she does, but I don't know. I think drinking is fine. I think getting drunk isn't the greatest idea, but that's just me. I just want to be like in full control of like everything I do and say at all times. Like I don't want to accidentally say shit or whatever or do stuff. Like that was another problem with my old roommate. It's like I feel like just drinking too much, bro. It's like I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's not really my business what you do, but at the same time, there is a too much. I guess that's all I'm saying. There's definitely a too much. I feel like he was drinking too much. I don't know. It depends though. Some people it affects in good ways. Like, well, I mean, this is a bad example to give because it's a character and not a real person, but there are obviously real people like this. But, like, for Grail, it's, like, a pretty good thing, actually. Like, when Grail gets drunk, she's much more, like, happy and, like, enjoys the little things in life. And, like, laughs a bit and, like, actually enjoys life for, like, once ever. Like, some people are like that, like, happy drunks, essentially. It's, like, drinking is nice. It's, like, the only time that you can relax or some shit. Some people are like that. It's not super common though. I think more people are the opposite. And that shit's no good. Prison looks kind of cool. I don't know if Virus is gonna play. I haven't heard from him. Yes and no. I mean, I don't know. So I agree with you. If we're talking about like a real person, like if you just said a random person, it's like, oh, they're always angry, but when they're drunk, they're happy. I would agree with what you just said, where it's like you're not actually happy, you're just kind of a bit more oblivious and like just enjoying or whatever. But but I would defend Grail because I feel like something about like drinking it like I guess for her at least like the way I wrote it anyways is like I don't know she is actually happy It's because the thing about Grail, it's not that. So drinking doesn't put her in like a fictional world. What it does is like it kind of gets rid of the voice in her head, which is kind of what kills her vibe all the time. So like what I did was like drinking makes it to where she's like she is just experiencing life rather than constantly taking life away from herself, which is kind of what she does. Because even if Grail likes something, like Grail's the type of person that would like walk down the street, see something that she wants to smile about, and then the inner voice in her head would be like that shit's fucking weak. Like we don't like that shit. Like it like tells her what to do, kind of thing. It like kills her vibe. So I kind of wrote it in a way where it's like when she drinks, she doesn't hear the inner voice that like talks shit and like is so angry at everything. So it's not really that she's like in a fictional world. It's just like she's finally in a real world. That's a good way of putting it. Is like she's finally in the real world. Like when she drinks, it's like she's in the real world for once, not just like her own world. I have some pretty lovely scenes with her drinking. Actually, they're pretty nice. Pretty sad though. I don't know. I've never been drunk, so I can't tell you guys. I don't know. Never been drunk. Probably never will. So. Yeah, I feel pretty numb about a lot of things, I guess. But, well, I feel more, like, angry about shit than anything, so. What's up, Zool? Yeah, I've never drank seriously either. Although if Mia and Layla ever do the cooking stream she mentioned, then she's gonna try to get me to drink wine or some shit, bro. I could just take away her wine if if she talks bad about herself. Yeah, I hate that. She keeps saying she's bad at shit, bro. Shit's so frustrating. I hate when people that are good at shit say they're bad at shit, bro. That's one of the most annoying things. Alright, my mic's about to die, the other one, the good one. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna do. Am I gonna play Apex? It's pretty much up to Virus, really. So what changed, Funny? Why don't you feel that way now? Like, what changed? Do you know what caused that change? Damn, I'm gonna have to grab another mic. I gotta grab shit, Mike. 1 second. Alright, I lied. I don't have shit mic on. I have the good mic, but I just have to charge it while I'm talking. Got on antidepressants. I'm normal now. I don't take any of that shit. I think all that shit's a lie. But I gotta be careful with how I word it because people will get offended. I just don't think any of that shit really like actually helps. I think it helps a very, very small select few people. Few people. But that being said, it doesn't just help. Let's all keep that in mind. It doesn't just help, it also takes in other ways. So you gotta be careful with all that shit. I don't know. That's all. It's like you gotta see if it's for you, I guess. I'm of the opinion of I'd rather be shit. Me personally, I'd rather be shit than fake happy or anything. Because like my mom for the longest time, she tried to get me to take like stuff for depression or something, and it's like, and I would always tell her, I was like, first of all, I don't think I have depression. I just have a shit life. So there's actually just a reason why I'm not feeling well. Not depression. There's a difference. But anyways, I told her even if I did have depression, I'd rather just be me and feel like shit than feel fake happiness. Like I don't want fake happy. If what I'm meant to feel like is shit, then I'm meant to feel like shit. I'm not one to bitch, and I'm not one to be anything but me. So it's like if I'm meant to feel this way, then so be it. I'll feel this way. Like I don't know. I don't like any form of medicine or anything. Like pain medicine too. I don't take pain medicine. Like I've been through some pretty fucking painful shit, and I'm not interested in pain medicine. In fact, I think it's quite like scary. I wouldn't say I'm not scared of it, but like it is kind of scary if you really think about it. Like just imagine like your body's like been like fucking ripped up somehow, and you're just feeling okay. Isn't that weird? Like whenever I got stabbed, like I didn't take medicine for that shit, and that was like the most painful thing I've ever felt in my life. But like you know how scary it would be if I like got that bad of a wound on me and I just didn't feel anything? That shit's terrifying. I should feel something about that. I don't really understand what you just wrote. Wait, I'll never understand why people get offended. Um, but instead of because. What? You didn't write because. The part I was like confused about is you said you isn't have depression. I assume you meant you don't. Like you don't have depression. That honestly makes sense. Usually someone with depression doesn't have near the confidence you have. I mean, here's my take on this situation. If I went to a doctor, he would say that I'm depressed and have depression. But he would be wrong. That is my take on this situation. I think that happens for a lot of other people too. I'm not gonna say that depression isn't real. I'm not gonna say that right now. Although that is something that I do debate. I'll just say that I do debate that. I'm kind of back and forth on my opinion on that exactly. But anyways, that's besides the point. What I am certain of though is that a lot of people get diagnosed with it and definitely don't have it. I know that for a fucking fact. Because people are very quick to just be like, "Oh, I'm sad, so I'm depressed, or I have depression." Sorry, I don't want to say it like as like I don't want to use the term "I'm depressed" because "I'm depressed" is that's a fine term. I don't mind anybody saying that. If you ever say "I'm depressed," that's perfectly fine because it's a feeling. You can feel depressed. Anybody can feel depressed. But having depression, you own that shit? I don't like that term. I don't like saying I own that shit. Like I have it. What do you mean you have it? You feel it. And you might feel it more than me, but that's it. You don't own it. It's a feeling. You don't own feelings. You have feelings. You don't own them. Like, I'm very particular with my speech. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like when people say they have depression. You don't have depression. You're just depressed. A lot of times. There's a difference. And you might be depressed all the time, which is your form of saying you have depression. But, like, that's basically what they're saying. So I'm kind of arguing semantics here. But they matter to me. Like the semantics matter to me. So you don't own it. You just feel it. Might be a hot take, but I think that only people that have a chemical imbalance in their brain should take antidepressants. See, I don't know about like I don't know. I'd probably lose a debate against this, which is why I don't like openly want to have one. To be honest, like I know that might sound weird, but like I don't really have debates unless I know I'm gonna win. Like that's kind of how I just never like I never lose debates because I only have debates like that I know I'm right in. And if I don't know I'm right about something, then obviously I'll just like kind of sit back and be like, yeah, this isn't my specialty. Like I didn't research this shit and I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't really know what I'm talking about with the whole chemical imbalance shit. I know people always say like, oh, there's actual evidence that depression exists because of chemical imbalances in the brain and all that shit. And my first thought, just to disrupt your whole vibe here to anyone that thinks that that's true. But I mean, I don't not that what I'm gonna say is 100% true either. Like I'm just spitting bullshit. But just so we're clear, there is no such thing as a perfect brain. Let's all agree on that real quick. Because you can't disagree with that. There is no such thing as the perfect brain. Nobody has a perfect brain. Every brain's different, right? So if every brain is different and we don't have a perfect brain, how can you say that how can you say that there's a chemical imbalance? And well, no, okay, let me add on. You can say that there's a chemical imbalance. That's perfectly fine. But why is your chemical imbalance the one that's wrong? Why isn't it mine? I guess that would be my question. Let's say you have 1,000 people, right? And one person in 1,000, like, well, I don't know how much it is. It's probably not that many. Or it's probably more than that. Probably a bit more than that. Let's say you have like 100 people and one person in every 100 has a different brain than another. You are basically saying, like you as in like the people, not necessarily you guys, but you guys are basically saying that one person in 100 has this chemical imbalance, and so they're like basically they have like almost like a mental disability, if we want to call it that, or a mental illness. That's what they refer to it as, like mental illness, right? Because you're like the 1 in 100. But also, like, you could be in a classroom of 100 people and 99 people could have an answer and you could have the one right answer. So it's not necessarily like as simple as that. It's not as simple as your brain's different and it's like, you know, my brain's worse sort of thing. I have a illness. I don't really see it like that. Like, we're all different. Every single one of us, everyone here right now present has a different brain. Everyone in the world is, like, different in some way. So it's like, how can we determine who has a mental illness and who doesn't? And, like, okay, if your argument is you feel sad all the time, so you have a mental illness, why don't you look at someone like me? I never feel sad. I would argue that me never feeling sad is less human. I would argue that is less human than you always feeling sad. Because I think sadness is quite a normal human emotion. And it seems like I don't really ever feel it. It's not that I never feel it, but I nearly never feel it. I think that's more odd than you feeling it all the time, personally. I would say if one of us has something wrong with our brain, I guess it'd be me. But I don't think that's the case either. That's just my quick little opinions on that shit. Yeah, I'm just assuming too, so obviously we're not really gonna get to anything because we're both we don't know what we're talking about, but I don't know, that's my take on it, is definitely like, there is no such thing as like a perfect brain. Like, that's basically my overall point. So when people say that like there's something wrong with their brain, I just kind of scoff at that a bit. Like that phrasing bothers me. It's like, what do you mean something's wrong with your brain? It's just different, and it might suck in a certain way. That could be true, but I wouldn't argue that something's wrong with your brain. I would argue that something went wrong in your life. Like, you know what I mean? So like a good example would be like PTSD, right? It's like people go to war, they see crazy shit, and they come back and they feel like they're still at war because like the war fucked up their mind. It's something they went through. Like, they weren't born with that. They weren't born with like pretending or not pretending, but you know what I mean? Like, I've seen like videos, I've seen people where they're like, they literally are like frozen up and they're like they're holding a gun, but they're not. And they think they're in a war, but they're not. They're just here and they're like frozen up. It's like, you're not born doing that shit. They did that because they went to a war and they saw crazy shit and it fucked their mind up. It's like, that's how I view the mind. It's like, it can get fucked up, like things can happen to it. But I think that things happening to it is what causes like 99% of all this shit. I could be wrong. I'm just, like I said, I'm just spitting what I know, but what I've seen. Yeah, but see, I don't know. I guess I don't agree with that. Like, for instance, okay, so like what you're saying about like some people are born with like I hate it, honestly. I'll just use the like correct words that I'm thinking. Like, I hate that. I don't know, because it takes all credibility. I know that's a weird word to use when we're talking about anger, but it takes my credibility away, and I don't like that shit. Like, imagine if somebody looked at my personality and they were like, yeah, he was just born with more hate than everyone else. That almost bothers me. Like, what do you mean I was born with more of it? Like, you're taking my credit away. I have more of it. Like I feel more of it or whatever. Like, whatever you want to say. I feel more of this. And it's because of like what's happened in my life. It's not because of how I was born or what have you. Like, that shit takes like all my credit away. I know it's a weird word to use, but it does. Like, it takes me away from the equation. It literally takes me away from the equation. Because now it's just like, yeah, he was just born like that. He feels more anger than everyone else. It's like, no, I wasn't. I was born really happy. I was really happy for the first like 10 years of my life before people started making fun of me and shit like that. And I didn't like that shit. And I'm not a bitch, so I didn't let that shit happen. And then now we've got me. It's like, I made me. Like, I wasn't just born like this. That's why I prefer being called Belial. Because Belial's the name I earned. It's not the name I was given. And there's a big difference between something that's given and something that's earned. It's like all that shit. It's like, I hate shit that takes away credibility in any sense of the word, or like takes away any part of me, like chalks it up to science or some shit. It's like, no, I'm very clearly me, and I remember these like little instances in my life that made me me. Like, I don't know. That's just how I feel about that shit. I hate any of that shit. I always hate that shit. Or like when it's like, oh, you have this personality, like this personality type. It's like, I've never met somebody like me. So if you're going to tell me that I have a personality type, I want to see somebody that's like me first. Unless you're going to give me a one-of-a-kind type shit. Because that's how I feel. I've literally, like, there's one guy that I've ever, like, watched videos of, and I thought he felt like me. And he's not a good guy. But that's, like, the only time. And then the next closest person would be Dark, I guess. But Dark's not like me. Like, he is like me, but he's not like me, you know what I mean? Like, we have a very massive difference. Like, me and Dark are very different, but, like, he is the next closest thing to me. I mean, I'm really interested in science when it comes to, like, you know, the world and things like that, but I'm not really interested in science when it comes to people, because I think that people are just... Like, you can do vague scientific things with people. I do believe that. Like, you can definitely do vague things, like... But anything that has to do with the mind is just weird. Another one that I absolutely fucking despise, I hate this shit so much. I hate when people are like, oh, have you ever dreamed of this? That means, quote, like, and then, like, dot, 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 whatever they say it means. No, it the fuck doesn't. That's not how that works. People's dreams are different. Like, and I can explain this in a super simplistic way. Take somebody that loves school. Like, take somebody that loved school. It's like the best part of their life. They enjoyed school, and they hung out with everybody. They had fun. They enjoyed everything. So fun. They missed school. They miss it. Then take someone like me, who quit school, and I hated it. And I got, like, bullied, and I got people threatening me, like, threatening my life, all this shit. Take those two different types of people, and you tell me that when you dream about school, and you loved it, and I dream about school, and I hated every second of it, you tell me that that dream means the same thing. Fuck off. You don't know what you're talking about. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. That's, like, one of the ones I hate. I hate when people are telling people what their dreams mean by, like, fucking... Yeah, if you dream of this, it means that. No, it doesn't. It's not how that works. When you dream of something, it has meaning based on what that means to you. Like, it's nearly impossible for me to tell you what your dreams mean, which is why when I tell other people what my dreams mean, I hate when people are like, no, I think it might mean this. It's like, respectfully, you're you. You don't understand anything of how my mind works. So I'll take my bets on me. Like, I'll take up my bets on me understanding my dreams over you. Trust me. I think I'm going to understand them a bit more. I mean, I'm not that angry about it. Like, people obviously can give me their opinion. If I tell you my dreams, you can give me your opinion of, like, oh, it could mean this. Like, I don't mind. I'm not hating on anybody. I'm a bit, like, annoyed right now. Like, or I'm ranting right now. Not annoyed, but, like, you can hear it. Like, but anyways. Like, if I ever talk about my dreams, like, people obviously can give me their opinion, but I hate when people are like, I don't know. It's like my opinion obviously matters more. Like when it's my dreams, like if we're talking about my dreams, like you can give your opinion, but you also like need to acknowledge that your opinion means less than mine. It just does. Same way if you talk about like if you tell me your dreams, I can give you my opinion on what they mean, but ultimately if you tell me they mean something else, I'm just going to be like, "Gotcha. It means that then." Like I don't it's your dream. Like you know what it means more than I know what it means. I don't know what it means. Yeah, dreams are a good example of that shit. I don't know. I just hate I don't know if I want to call it science, but I really hate when like they try to break shit down and be like, yeah, if you think of this, it means that or some shit. It's like that's not how that shit works because everybody's so different. Like, it doesn't work like that. I refuse to think it works like that. I don't know. And like I said, I mean, obviously, I could just be wrong about everything I talk about. I don't know, but this is like just what I think. Fuck off, man. Maybe either Virus is not gonna respond back to me, or he's in like a 40-minute Smite game. Could be. Could be. Not really sure. Oh no, you didn't make me mad. No, I'm just like, I'm just thinking about all this. I'm just thinking about a lot of times, like, because every opinion of mine is like backed by like times that I've had to like have arguments about it. So it's just I don't know how to explain it. It's not a bad thing. I just like I'm remembering the arguments I've had about it and shit like that. I'm just remembering like why I have these opinions, or it just like there's certain things I have pretty strong opinions on. I mean, like the mental one is like a big one because obviously, like, well, like okay, you know how like Grail. I don't know how personal I want to get on this shit. I mean, I guess I don't really care. It doesn't matter that much, but like the Grail part, like about the like you know how it sounds bad, but it is like it's not really something I talk about. And if I talk about it, I talk about it in a much more respectful way because I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. Like you know how like we were talking about the part earlier where Grail was saying like basically saying like yeah cutting's not as satisfying. Like it's basically like I was saying like she thinks it's weak. Like that's the thing I agree with that. Like I agree with that sentiment. Like I think it's like a pretty weak thing to do, to be honest. Um I've hurt myself before. I'm not like I'm not gonna say I haven't, but anyways, yeah, like I think that shit is kind of weak, to be honest. And like that's like an opinion I have as well as like the mental shit, like all the mental shit. I just feel like to me, I'm specifically to me, it's weak. It doesn't mean it's like I'm not calling anybody else weak for it or whatever. But like for me, like if I was ever to chalk up like if I ever said that I'm sad because of chemical imbalance in my brain, that's weak to me. Because that's chalking shit up to things that aren't in my control, and everything's in my control. Everything in my mind is in my control. There's nothing that's not in my control. Like when it comes to me mentally, everything is in my control. So if I'm sad, it's partially my fault. It's partially on me. It might majorly be on bullshit in the world. That is very true. But I will never say that there is anything in my mind that happens that I don't have a say in. It's just not true. So I have like a lot of like kind of harsh, I guess, things about like that shit. There's just nothing. I don't know. There's never gonna be a part. I hope. I guess I'll say it like that. I hope, and I don't think there ever will be. But I hope that there's never a part in my life where I think that mentally something's out of my control, because it shouldn't ever be. Like, there shouldn't ever be anything that's mentally out of my control. I feel like I got off track multiple times there, but that's kind of how it goes. So basically, people can be born with a chemical imbalance, but it's not what causes your anger or depression. But basically, the events in your life could lead to genetic vulnerability and faulty mood regulations, and those can happen because of the chemical imbalance. But the chemical imbalance is not what causes it to happen. It's mostly the events of your life that have the possibility of it happening. Yeah, so it's sort of what I said. I feel like it's pretty close to what I said. I mean, like, the events of your life are what matter more. Like, the events of your life matter a lot more, but it also matters how you take the events. Personally, I don't think the chemical imbalance has much say in this. I think it might. I don't know. My opinion is the events of your life shape it, but specifically how you take the events of your life. Because there's people that like have gone through, let's say, the same shit as me. That's gonna sound rude, but like, there's people that like, okay, like let's say me and some random person go through the exact same events. I came out like this. But there's also a good chance that somebody went through the exact same shit as me and they came out weak and scared of everything. And like, they don't want to talk. It's like they've been through a lot. They don't want to talk. They don't trust people. They don't talk to people. They don't want to socialize. Like, there's people that are like that. So it's like, everybody's different. Like, even if we went through the exact same shit, we'd be different. You know what I mean? So it's not just about what you go through, although that's a big part of it. It's also how you take what you go through. Like, do you think it helps you? I'm of the opinion of, like, bad things actually make you a better person. And, like, that's partially how I look at it. There's been a lot of times where bad shit happened in my life, and I'm just like, I don't know. At least I learned from it. I will admit, though, in the past, like, years of my life, the more bad shit that happens, my reaction has definitely not been a good one, where it's like, oh, at least I learned from it. Now it's getting to the point where it's like, I've learned enough. Like, I'm good. Like, I've done my thing. I've nearly perfected myself, which sounds really egotistical, but it's kind of just true. Like, I don't have much more I want to improve on. Like, I'm me. It took a long time, but I'm me. Like, there is not much I want to change. There's a few things I wouldn't mind maybe changing, but they're like the most minute things. Like, I'm just me. I could give an example from today, but I gotta think on if I want to say it or not. But I could give an example from today. I wish I could be in control of my mind in such a manner. I had a huge loss and it changed me. I had no control over it at the time. Well, I don't have control over the losses that I have. I have control over the reaction that I give to those losses. I guess, if that makes sense. Obviously, I don't have control over a bunch of shit in my life. If I had control over shit in my life, I'd be fucking married by this fucking point. Because I've already met people I loved multiple times, but that shit didn't work out too well for me. And that's what made this, I guess. So it was for the best, I suppose, even though it was so much for the worst so many nights. I think that's another thing that people like don't get. It's like, people hate on me for having like an ego or whatever, but it's like, you didn't see all the, like, you don't see all the, like, the shit I went through, like, to get to the point where I finally fucking care, like, I give a fuck about myself. And even then, like, even though I give a fuck about myself, like, I still like nearly fucking break my hand like once a week beating on shit. That doesn't sound like I care that much. Yeah, it's the events of your life and how you take it. Yeah, 100%. That's how I feel. Like, there's people that like run away from the bad events in their life, and those are like the people that are like mentally weak, I guess, if that makes sense. Like, they don't own up to shit, and they don't. Oh, there's a bunch of people that don't own up to shit. You know what's another thing I could fucking rant about real quick? Because I hate this shit. I hate this shit. I posted that video today, right? This guy's actually a dumbass. I'm gonna go read it. I'm gonna read it word for word. This guy's a dumbass. I mean, there's a lot of them, so it's not like he's special. Let me see. This is like the easiest way to tell if someone's an idiot or not. Alright. I wish he was here listening to this. This is the easiest way to tell if someone's not intelligent right here. So I post this video, right? And my whole point in the video was like to roughly sum it up, it's like the point of the video is like, you shouldn't tell people how to feel about like a game. Like if they want to have fun, they should have fun. If they want to take it seriously, they should take it seriously. And if you have time to hate on people, like if you have time to hate comment, then you have nothing going on in life, basically. Like that's what I said, right? And I said that I barely have time to do anything. Like I have a book to write and shit like that, right? This guy said, but if it was a positive comment, then I guess it doesn't matter if they have a life or not. ... Book sounds like it's trash, by the way. That's what he wrote. Just I'll sink that in real quick. What did I say about my book in that post? I didn't say anything about it. I said I'm writing one. That's it. So this absolute dumbass, and I wish there was a different word to call him, but that's really all I can call him. Like, he's just an absolute idiot. It's like he actually made a decent fucking point. You actually started your fucking message with a decent point. He made a decent point. Which is, if it's a positive comment, like, that's a decent point. Because I said, if you have time to hate comment, then you have nothing going on in your life, right? Like, that was my thing. If you had time to hate comment, you have nothing going on in your life. Well, theoretically speaking, it takes the same amount of time to comment on something as it does to hate comment. So his starting point is, oh, but if it's a positive one, then I guess it just doesn't matter, right? He actually made a decent fucking point. It's a decent point. I've thought of it before, so I have a reaction to that. I have a reaction to that. But it's a decent point he made, and then he ends it by just saying, by the way, your book sounds like trash. I didn't say anything about it, so you're a fucking lowlife. You have nothing going on for you. You just proved my point by your second thing. It's like the first part, literally, like you actually had an argument here. We could have actually had an intellectual debate, but instead you put something so fucking ridiculous in there, which is what I respond to. I was just like, typical L comment, like says something is trash without knowing anything about it, which is how we know your IQ is low. Like we instantly know your IQ is low because if you can't separate someone's skill from someone, or if you can't separate someone's profession from what you think of them, you're immediately not intelligent. If you hate somebody and therefore everything they do is just not skillful and bad, you're stupid. You're stupid. End of statement. There's no saving you. Like, you're just dumb. You're dumb. If you can't admit that someone's good at something just because you dislike them, you're just stupid. Like, there's nothing else to say about it. There's nothing else to say about that shit. Dude, there's like pro players that I've hated for fucking years. I hate how they act. I don't like them, whatever. I never root for them. But at the end of the day, it's like they're fucking pros. They're nasty, bro. Like, I would never say they're bad. It's like I don't understand that shit. Or it's like rappers that have beef calling other rappers bad when they're clearly not bad. It's like you're just calling him bad because you don't like him. Or shit like that. It's like it happens everywhere. That's why when I call people bad in Apex, it's like mostly it's just to hype my team up. Most of these players that I call bad are very good. They're very talented. Which actually, you know what's funny? This is like a funny side note here. I call people bad in Apex all the time, right? But I actually don't like when people that aren't playing call them bad. So like, let's say me and Virus are playing, right? Let's say me and Virus are playing, and I'm like, you're dog shit. Like, we beat you, and we're like, you're dog shit. And Virus is like, you're dog shit. And then let's say like Marvin in the chat says like, yeah, they're dog shit. I actually don't like that. I don't know why I used Marvin, but anyways, I actually don't like that. Because me and Virus are saying it because we beat them. But nobody else in my chat has the right to call them shit. Because most likely they're actually good, and it was just that we're better. Most likely. Just keep that in mind. So it's like, when we call people shit, it's like to hype us up. Most of the time I'm not actually like, I actually don't believe people are shit. Most of the people we play against are pretty good. They're like top 10% minimum, if not better. So it's like, I don't know. That's my rant on all that shit. Let's see. What did I miss? I had no control. Wait, is this the last thing I didn't read? Let me see. Yeah. I had no control over my reaction. I went into a very deep depression, and it was hard as fuck to get out of. I had to learn to be okay with never seeing her again. I think I remember you telling me about this a while ago. I feel like it's been a long time. I don't know how long we've known each other, but I feel like I remember you talking about this. Can be extremely difficult to feel in control, but you always are. I think to an extent, maybe. I don't know. Um. Oh yeah, I saw that thing too. I didn't know he was like in the military, but I saw like a short of that. I think I know what you're talking about. Like there was I saw something about like a girl who was like basically like saying like yeah, this guy is not very smart or whatever, and then she had like a much lower IQ. It was pretty funny. I think we're talking about the same thing. Although I don't really care too much about IQ, but like yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. Um mm. I don't think it's necessarily that you are always in control, but you can always be in control. More like that. You can be. No one can deny that. You can be. You can be. But whether you are or not is a different thing, I think. I think some people just aren't at certain times, but you definitely can be at all times. Yeah, I mean me with it's like me with my anger. I mean, I don't do the most rational things when I'm angry. They're pretty rational. For me being angry, they're pretty damn rational, but they're not the most rational. But my anger is really weird because I do things that I know are wrong sometimes, but I like stand by them and I'm gonna do them anyways. So like today this happened, like I don't know if I should say this. I'm trying to debate if I should say it. I don't think I'll like get in I mean, well, it's not like I'd get into trouble. It's still a weird thing to say though. Maybe. I don't know, it's just like I was really on edge today, like the very first I don't know how much I want to say about it, but it's like well, I didn't do anything bad. Like I had so much anger today, like out of nowhere. I mean, I know where it came from. It's weird how it just showed up like super quickly for fucking no reason, like really. So like there's this guy, like obviously so I do like deliveries, right, for my job. There's this one guy I don't like. I mean there's a few people I don't like delivering to, but there's only one that I don't like delivering to because of like cuz he like how do I explain it? There's some people that I don't like delivering to because it affects me negatively. Like as in they waste my time a bit too much or they like never tip or something like that, right? There's like people I don't like delivering to. But like I'm not mad at them, right? I'm not mad at them. It's just it kind of sucks for me, right? There's that. But then there's one guy that I don't like delivering to because I literally like I don't want to say I don't feel safe. I don't want to say that cuz that makes me sound weak and weird. It's not about me being safe, but it's like I don't like him. And like I'm ready for shit to pop off. I guess that's a really weird way of phrasing it, but like that's how I feel because he's on edge and I'm on edge too. But like he's the one that's like can't control his shit. Like he's angry, probably nothing like me. I'm just going to back that. I always back that because I feel like I'm more angry than everybody else. He's angry all the time though, and he has fucking zero control over it. And I don't fuck with that shit. Like I'm not the kind of guy that'll just be quiet. Like I don't like that shit. So you have to stay in your lane. There is no like you're not gonna say dumb shit to me. Like so there's been 2 times where I delivered to this guy. The first time he was saying whack shit to me and I just kind of like he was drunk, so I like let it slide. I was like, yeah, man, whatever. And I was walking past him and I'm assuming it's his wife. She was like nice. She was real nice. She was like, sorry, don't mind him, whatever. He's drunk, he's been drinking, whatever. And I was like, nah, you're all good. He said dumb shit to me. I let it go. I didn't think much of it. It's whatever. He was drinking. It doesn't matter. People say dumb shit when they drink. Second time I went to him, he lied to me, and I told him that he lied to me, and I didn't like it. He lied about something. He lied about like the time I was there, and like that it took a long time. And I was like, no, the order was put in at this time, and I'm here at this time. We said it'd be here at this time, so I'm actually early. Like that shit. Anyways, point being, like he lied. Like he lied, and it's something that affects me like negatively because it affects my job. It affects my like reputation like a bit. It's like you lied. You lied about this shit. Like to me too. And he was like mean about it. Not like nice or asking about it. Like he was rude about it. And like the way he is, he's aggressive. Like he's just aggressive. Like, and like I said, like I'm not a punk. So regardless of whether I'm working or not, like I'm not a bitch. I'm not gonna let you feel like you're tough over here. Like I don't know. I'm just maybe I'm a hypocrite. I guess because like I'm acting tough, but it's like I'm not gonna let you feel like that. And it's like today. Like the first delivery I got, I put in the address and I see it, and it's his house. And I immediately told them, I was like, I don't want to deliver to this guy. Like that's what I said to my like manager. I was like, I don't want to deliver it to this guy. And he basically he wouldn't really listen to me, but I told him, I was like, I told you last time I don't like this guy. And like I don't know. It's like what can we do about this? And their kind of opinion is just like you just have to. And I'm just like, okay, but if he disrespects me, just know that I'm disrespecting him back. I'm just gonna be upfront with you. And if I lose my job, I guess I'll lose my job, bro. But I'm not like I will lose my job before I lose my fucking pride. I don't like this shit. Like I don't take disrespect from people. So I said if he disrespects me, I'm just gonna tell him that we're gonna refund him. I'm just gonna go. I don't like this shit. But like there's more, but I just don't know if I want to say it or not. Like I mean it's not like it's bad. It's just like I brought it in case, but like so I carry like a blade on me sometimes for certain deliveries. Specifically carried it here. But it wasn't because I was like so I've carried it before when it's like really late at night and I gotta go out into like a countryside or some shit. Like I carry one with me. One just because like possibility of like animals anyways. But also like less of that, more the possibility of like I don't trust people, right? So like obviously I'm gonna carry a blade on me. Like I'm gonna carry something on me. Might as well. Like I have it in my car at all times. Might as well just like slip it in my waistband essentially. But I did that here. But it's less like it's just because I feel like something's gonna happen, man. And I'm not like paranoid. It's not about being paranoid. It's just like I can feel that shit. Like I don't like that. I don't like that I can feel like he has anger, but he can't control it at all, and I don't like that shit. And it's damn sure not gonna be taken out on me. How big is the blade you carry? Big enough to where I shouldn't be carrying it. Big enough to where I shouldn't be carrying it, bro. Definitely not carrying some fucking pocket knife. That's for damn sure. I used to carry a switchblade, but the switchblade broke. I used to carry like it's like an 11-inch switchblade, but like the blade is like 6 inches. So it just comes out. I used to carry that shit. It broke though. Which I really wish I had that, because that you can actually put in your pocket. This other thing that I'm carrying, I can't put that shit in my pocket, so a bit hard to carry. Yeah, switchblade's nice, just not legal. Well, it's legal where I'm at now, which is what's really a shame. Now that I can actually carry it legally, it's broke. It's next to me somewhere. I like it, but it's yeah, here it is. The spring must have broke or something. Something broke in it. It doesn't work anymore. I mean, it's just like out. It's just out constantly. So it's way too long. I mean, it's literally like an 11-inch blade, and there's no point in a switchblade that can't switch. Kind of no point. I mean, it's still a knife. It's still something. Like it matter. Like it has some worth in the sense of like I could defend myself with it at home, but it's not something I can carry around. The thing I got in my car now is too long, I think, actually. Like, I like the switchblade more. It's kind of nice. I actually really like it. I really wish it didn't break, man. It's really nice. I mean, I'm gonna buy a gun at a certain point, but I don't have. That'll be way later when I actually have some money. And here you don't even have to get anything, bro. You could just actually own that shit. You can just open carry here, which is what I want. I don't want concealed carry. I just want to. I just want to. I want to have it in my car. Want to have it in my car, and I don't want it to be very hidden. That's what I want. I want that shit to be on show. What kind of gun are you thinking of buying? A revolver for sure. Probably. Well, it depends on how much money I want to drop, but yeah, definitely like a revolver. Some sort of like, I don't know. I mean, it'd be great. I would love to get like a 44 or something, you know? Like the Python's really cool. Like shit like that is pretty badass. Or like the King Cobra, like shit like that, dude. Those things are badass. Something like that is what I would like. Either that or like if I was to get a semi-auto, I'd want like a 1911 or something maybe. That's the other gun I was like looking at. But I really like revolvers, so why a revolver? One, badass factor, 5,000. Also like revolvers are just scary, which is also a good thing too. Like if you actually just like don't want to shoot someone, I feel like revolvers are pretty scary. Like people are scared of those. But yeah, badass factor for sure. Also, revolvers definitely aren't gonna jam, so it's not gonna fail on you. And I don't really feel like I need like 40 shots. Revolvers have just always been my favorite gun. I shot quite a few revolvers before. They're pretty nice. I feel like I shot like I shot a 44 before, and I thought it was gonna like kick a lot, to be honest, but it doesn't. You know what's weird is like I think it's the 38, right? That's like the next lowest one, I think. I can't remember. Well, they probably make a bunch, I guess, but I'm pretty sure 38 is like the next common like lower caliber. And the 38 kicks more than the 44. 100% it kicks more. Like I shot a gun that could load both, and the 38 like kicks way more, which is so weird. Like you'd think 44 would be crazy, but it's not. Is there a huge difference between like a 44 and a Python? Python might be 44, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not a huge gun guy either, I just really like revolvers. Let me see exactly what I like. Oh, the Python's 357. I don't think there's that big of a difference. I shot 357 and 44, and I don't know. I think the 38 kicked the most. I feel like that's what it is. Heavier bullets don't kick as much in my experience. That could be the case too. Now the first time I ever shot a gun, the first time I shot a 9mm, I was like, holy fuck, it kicks so much more than I thought it would. I just thought this shit would be easy. Like I didn't like. I mean, I didn't drop it, but like I wasn't holding it as firm as I should have been because I just didn't expect that shit. And then I was like, okay, now I get it. But the very first time you shoot it, it's just like you just don't expect that. Like even though you've seen it before in games or movies or whatever, like you think you understand, you like don't understand until you do. Just like, oh shit. There a difference, just the caliber? I mean, there's like some differences, like in just like the design and things like that, the sights, but like I mean, mostly it's the same shit. I mean, most revolvers are pretty simple, pretty much the same shit. Some of them are like, I mean, there's different like breaks. I know there's like top break revolvers, which are cool as fuck, but they're not that good. Or well, it's not like they're probably not that. It's not that big of a deal. Like if you were just to carry it and use it, if you needed to use it, it's not that big of a deal. But like I know top break revolvers are like just, I mean, structurally speaking, not as good because like the last thing you want in a gun is for it to break top. I mean, shotguns like that are top break aren't that bad, but revolvers, like I don't know, why would you want a revolver that's a top break over a revolver where the cylinder comes out? There's like no reason to have it. Other than it's just kind of cool. But I don't think they really make top break revolvers anymore. I think they're pretty old. Although top break revolvers are kind of badass. Like, I wouldn't mind having one. Yeah, it didn't hit me in the face, but I've definitely seen that happen a lot. I've seen that happen with like a lot of shotguns and people trying to fucking one hand that dumb shit. You know that video of the guy where he's like one hand that hoe, and then he like one hands it and it hits him in the face. It's like a sawed off shotgun. That shit's hilarious, bro. That shit's hilarious, bro. Yeah, the Python is fucking cool, bro. King Cobra's pretty cool too. That one's a bit cheaper, I think, if I remember right. I think that one's like around 1,000. The Python's like 1,500 though. That shit's expensive, bro. I mean, honestly, most of my favorite guns are like German World War II guns, but like obviously I wouldn't like. I would only want those if I like, you know. Well, I do want some of those. I do want some like German World War II guns, but obviously just for like. I don't know. I mean, I would want to shoot them some, but it'd obviously just be like collectible. Because German guns are really cool, man. I don't know. I'd love to have like a Kar 98. That'd be cool. That'd be a really cool gun. Those are like usually like 1,000 or 1,500 as well. Like 1,000 for a shitty one, maybe. I don't think I would mind having a shitty one though, but like I just want one. Don't get the Ruger; it's prone to jamming. Yeah, I mean that's definitely why I want to get like a revolver. Definitely want to get a revolver where it's just like not gonna worry about that shit. Kar 98s are extremely expensive now, really? I know they were like around like 1,500 for like a decent one, like a nice one. Is it more than that now? Maybe I was thinking of a different gun. I'm pretty sure I was thinking of the 98. I like the Kar 98. Yeah, I like bolt action rifles. Anything German that was like actually in the war, I would like love to have that kind of shit. Be really interesting. Trying to think of what other German guns I liked. I mean, like Sturmgewehr was like that's a cool one. I shot one of those actually. I mean, like they just had like some pretty badass guns, but like I wouldn't really need to own that one or like the MG or anything. But I'd love to see them though. I'd love to see them in person and hear it or some shit. Be interesting. Yeah, like the PPSH, that shit goes crazy. What's like the pistol? Like the Mauser? Is that what it is? Like those old Mausers? Like they're like the Han Solo gun essentially. Those are pretty badass. Ruger 22 jams all the time. Rip. Hext Shadow exists. Been a while. Been a long while. I can't remember what the top break revolver was that I was thinking of. Is it the Schofield? Is that what it is? Let's see. Is that one a top break? I can't remember. I feel like that's one of the ones. Yeah, I think it is. I think the Schofield is the top break revolver I was talking about. That's pretty badass. But like, I mean, I would like that's just like collectible shit, you know? A collectible gun that I would like to own. Pretty badass. Like top break guns are already cool, but a top break revolver is cool. It's not like practical, but it is cool. Their bullets are $15 per shot. Oh my god, damn, I didn't know that. Yeah, that is pretty expensive. For the Kar 98, yeah, that's expensive. That's expensive shit. I don't know. Any guns that are like Wild West guns are badass, bro. Like any of the Wild West kind of shit. Wild West shit is badass. Really surprised Virus never responded to me. Feels Batsky. I still think the scariest gun I've ever seen is the MG42, though. That shit is actually terrifying. Your birthday's tomorrow. Happy early birthday. Wait, tomorrow? It's already 2:45 for me. So, or do you mean like actually tomorrow, like 24 hours tomorrow? It's technically happy birthday, if not. Would rather have a flintlock rifle to shoot 50 cal. It's cheap to get. Yeah, you'll be reloading for fucking 2 minutes. Actually tomorrow, okay. I mean, flintlock pistols would be cool. You know what's badass? I don't know if it was just a movie thing, because I don't historically know pirates very well or anything like that. But you know what's really badass? I don't know if it's just a movie thing. It's probably not a movie thing. I mean, it makes logical sense, so I'm assuming there were some pirates that did this shit, or captains that did this shit. But that whole thing where like they have like 6 pistols on their chest is badass as fuck. Where it's just like, I don't have time to reload this shit, so I'm just gonna pop out 2, pop you, drop them, pop out 2, pop you, drop them, pop out 2, pop you, and then I'm on to swords. It's like, I'll just carry around a bunch of these motherfuckers. I don't got time to reload this shit. I'll just stack a bunch of them on me. That shit's badass. It's gotta be. Somebody did that. Even if it wasn't common, somebody did that. No, you know what was super badass? I don't know if you guys watch Pawn Stars, like ever, but there was a Pawn Stars item. It's my favorite item that ever went into the Pawn Star shop, I think. Which is a lot to say. Like, well, I mean, there might be some that I'm missing. But anyways, there was this guy that went in. I don't know if you guys saw this shit. He went in with a peg leg. It was like a peg leg, a pirate's peg leg. But it had like a bullet. Like, it had like a barrel down the shaft of the peg leg. And then and it was actually like, what do you call it? Riveted? Is that the word? What's the word? Rifled. It was actually rifled, like a rifled barrel down the peg leg. So it's like they had the expert come in and he's just like, is this a prop? And they're just like, no. No, I think this is real, bro. And then they went out and tested it and it shot. And it's just like, some pirate out there, bro, put together a peg leg gun. There's like a string on like a pulley. It's like a pulley, like a pull string. And he'd lift up his foot, like theoretically speaking, lift up his foot and pull the string and it shoots. That's fucking crazy. That's the coolest item that went into Pawn Stars. Like, that shit's badass. It's a peg leg gun. That's crazy. Imagine, and even like, and the expert, like, assuming it was real or not, but like, he was saying, like, you know, all the parts on it were like parts that you could find on a ship. So like, it did seem like, yeah, it seems like somebody might have just made this shit. That's badass, bro. You say otherwise, you're capping. Like, it's just cool. Dude, it's really cool. This is like my favorite item on Pawn Stars. I'm trying to think of like anything else. I mean, there were other, like, obviously there's been really cool items on there, but that was like, I think, my favorite item. I was just like, that's so fucking cool, man. Well, and I like swords. Like, I like a lot of, they had a Zweihander at one point. Would have so done that. Dude, actually, I would love to be on like a pirate ship. That would be cool. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna let you guys in on a conversation me and Connor had a long time ago. Me and Connor have like random. We used to have, well, used to more than now, but we had like the most random conversations. One of the conversations I had with Connor one time that I'll like never forget was, like, me and him were just talking, and I was like, "How much do you think it costs to build a pirate ship?" Like, how much do you think it would cost, like, to get people to build that? Like an old pirate ship. It's like a sailing ship. Like a galleon or some shit, you know? How much would that cost? Like, it wouldn't cost... How much would it cost? Like, I don't know. Because here's my thought process. It would cost a lot, right? It would cost a lot. But the thing is, though, is it's like people built them back in the day. So shouldn't they be easier to build now? I mean, it's like if we built it back in the day, surely it's easier to build now. But they don't really build those kind of things anymore. They don't build, like, wooden ships like that. They don't build, like, ships like that anymore. You know what I mean? So, like, how much would that cost? Would it cost me, like, 100,000? Would it cost me 500,000? Would it cost me $1 million? I'm guessing 35K. If it costs me 35K, then I'm buying one of those motherfuckers later in life. It would cost more than the house. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it would cost more than the house. It would cost a lot, right? But imagine if like Andrew Tate was like, what color's your Bugatti? And I'm just like, I've got a fucking, what's it called? A Man of War. I have a Man of War. 40 cannons, 20 on each side. That's what color. It's wood. It's brown. Do you realize, if you had a Man of War, you realize, like, the kind of... But this is the conversation I had with Connor, alright? Let's just assume that buying one of those would cost you $300,000. It probably would cost more than that. Alright, let's assume it costs you $500,000. $500,000. Let's assume it costs you $500,000. Because I don't think it would cost much more than that if it does. I think $500,000 is a fair guess. Mainly because of inflation and all the things you would have to do to make it legal. Yeah. But imagine, okay, let's say it costs you $500,000 to make one of those, right? The second you make it, you charge people $100 an hour for a trip to be on a Man of War. You charge them $1,000 a trip to be on the Man of War and shoot the cannon. Now you're making money real quick, because you'd have 40 people get on that Man of War paying you $100. One crazy guy would pay you $1,000. You'd shoot the cannon. He'd be like, that's fucking badass. I want to shoot it again. Maybe not. You'd be making multiple thousand every, you'd be making thousands a day. You make your money back eventually. Then you keep it to yourself and you're like, fuck you guys. I'm not doing any more runs. I made my money back. Now it's my Man of War and I'm sleeping here. This is my house. Like the captain's quarters, that's my house. I don't need a house. I don't need a rent. I don't need a buy. This is my house. Man of War. And my house is mobile, so I'm just going everywhere. That was my conversation with Connor. It's like, why wouldn't we do that? Why would we not do that? Why would we not all pitch in, buy a Man of War, and then make our money back? Google says roughly 10 million. Alright, that's why. Maybe we don't go for a Man of War. Hang on. How much would it cost to build a pirate ship? You could most likely build a 300-ton wooden ship rigged vessel and arm it with bronze cast cannons for around $100 million. I'm sure the shipbuilders would throw in a snazzy looking pirate flag. How did pirates know which ships were heavily armed and which ones were defenseless? I know how they know that. How much would a pirate ship cost now? Throwing in the price of cannonballs. Why are we throwing in the price of cannonballs? We would get a total armament cost of around 5.6 million. So with the ship, crew, food, I don't care about the ship, crew, and food. Is it illegal to make a pirate ship? Piracy is illegal. Yeah, of course that is. But I legally own and sell a pirate ship. I mean, why wouldn't you be able to? You just can't pirate. You would also lose a lot of money because you know how hard it is to be allowed to shoot shit in the ocean, and the docking fees would go crazy. We'd build our own dock. This is what you guys are thinking one step behind me. We build our own dock. We have our own dock. There is no paying dock fees. There's no dock fees. We have our own dock. Also, I would argue that a dock wouldn't actually charge us because we are bringing people to the dock. They rebuilt Blackbeard's ship Adventure, and it was definitely not called Adventure, in 2008, which was a smaller ship, estimated 3.7 million. That's not terrible, I guess. 10 million's rough. 3.7 is not bad. Don't you mean like Queen Anne's Revenge? Isn't that his ship? Or is that like, are you talking about like a ship from a movie or some shit? All right, well here's another idea me and Connor had. We had real good ideas. Well, they're mostly my ideas, but we had talks about them. They are mostly my ideas. Here's the other idea I had. Okay, now we factor in the land to build the dock on. Yeah. But then we own land. Blackbeard had multiple ships. He did? That makes sense, I guess. Okay, here's my other idea I had. You know that island, the Snake Island? I don't know what it's actually called. It's called Snake Island. Like, basically, like, you can't step without there's just snakes, basically. Like, you go there, there's snakes hanging out of trees, there's snakes on the ground, there's snakes in the lighthouse, there's snakes in the mountains, there's snakes in the water, there's snakes everywhere. Just Snake Island. Here's my thought. We buy Snake Island. It's gonna be a hefty fine, but we buy Snake Island. I'm sure you could buy it, because, like, why do they need it? They don't really care about it. And people have to go there every year to change it. Well, I don't know if it's yearly, but probably not year. It might be yearly. People have to go there like every year and make a trip to that lighthouse to change out the light bulbs. And sometimes people die on that trip because there's snakes. Usually I don't think they're fine most of the time. But anyways, people got to go there. It's a hassle. It's a hassle to own it. So honestly, we could haggle them down. Like if they wanted, 10 mil for the island, like we could haggle them down. You know what I mean? Like whatever they want for it, we could definitely haggle them down. Because we're taking on the burden to like change that lighthouse. You'll never have to do it again. And we'll take the island off your hands. We buy Snake Island, then we slowly start picking up the snakes and selling them. We start selling the snakes. Because snakes, especially those ones, some of those might be rare. They're venomous snakes, some of them. They'll sell for a pretty penny. You can start selling the snakes. You can even breed them if you really wanted to. If you need more snakes, I don't think we'll need more snakes because it's a whole island full of snakes, but if we need more, we could breed more. But anyways, you start selling the snakes, and eventually, after a couple of years of selling and grabbing the snakes, we'll have an island without snakes, and we'll have our money back. The snakes are very, very poisonous, so nobody wants them. Oh, they want them. You just aren't looking deep enough. We'll start slowly selling the snakes until we have an island and our money back, because we sold a bunch of snakes. There's zero faults in that plan. That's one of the best plans I ever had, bro. Step 1, we all become multimillionaires in 5 years. Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, we could take out we can take out like we could be like, hey, we'll pay you 5 million in this amount of time and we'll deal with the lighthouse. That's the deal. Then we start selling snakes and every snake we sell just goes to them. How much does it cost to have a snake selling license? Not enough. Like not enough for this plan to be bad. Can't cost that much. I know people that have sold snakes. So there ain't no way it's that expensive, bro. Because those guys weren't balling. I actually know a guy that was breeding and selling snakes, and he was actually fucking making bank off that shit, bro. Some snake venom is worth a lot, see? Mary's in on the plan. I'm telling you, that's a good plan. It's a good plan. One of the better ones I've had. No, actually, like on a serious note, I would love to actually have a pirate ship. That'd be so badass, like a wooden one, like the old wooden ones. I would love to go on one. I'd love to own one. That'd be so cool. But I'd be terrified of sea storms, bro. I'd be really terrified of storms, throwing that shit in rocks. But no, on a serious note, here's my question though. This is what I don't understand, right? What I don't understand is, let's say it costs like, okay, you said it costs 3.7 mil. Oh, you said a bunch of shit that I didn't, or not much. I guess never mind. You didn't. You just said one thing. That was his most famous ship. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So you said it was like 3.7 mil, I think, for the small one, right? So let's assume it's like 6 mil for a bigger one, something like that. Or well, 10's a bit high. I think 10's a bit high. Let's say it's like 6 mil for a big one, right? For a big ship. My question is this: how did people a couple hundred years ago build those and pay for them? And now we have more technology, so theoretically they should be way easier to make, but they're more expensive. Death's Talker snake venom is worth 39 million per gallon. A gallon's a lot, though. A gallon's a lot. I think you get drops of that shit. A gallon's a lot. Yeah, so anyways, how is it that like people just that fucking balling back then? Like how did people like it's like I'm not saying everybody had a ship, but like because inflation and those ships back then took forever. I mean, that's true that they took forever, but now that's kind of my argument though. Is like they would have been harder to build back then. So if they were that hard to build back then and took that long, and people still had enough money to buy them, then how are they that hard to build now? Like they should take way less time. Like it should be easier. Like I don't understand. It's not worth 6 mil. It's not worth 6 mil. I'll tell you what it's worth right now. For a decent sized one, I'd say it's worth no more than 500K. Maybe a mil if it's real big. Like if it's a bigger one, it's cool. But it's not worth any more than that. Now, granted, that's what I'm saying it's worth. So obviously you gotta pay people to make it and shit, and pay for the materials. So like, I'd be maxed out at like 3 mil. It said like 2K back then is like 4 mil. Well, how much is a ship? How much was a ship back then though? Like 2K doesn't. I don't know what that means. Like what was 2K back then? What's a ship? Was a ship 2K? Like is that what you're saying? Like did you have to be real big ballin' to get a ship? Well, I mean you definitely had to be big ballin' to get a ship, but I feel like there was a lot of ships though. So there must have been a lot of big ballers back then. That's all I'm saying. It seemed like it seems like a lot of people had ships back then, man. Ships were like cars, no, not quite, but you know what I mean. Ships were pretty, there was a good amount of them. I feel like there was a good amount. Like, how did they all have ships? Were they just all broke as fuck after? Pirates stole. That is true. Pirates stole all of them. That's true. You know what game I should show you guys? It's a sailing game. It's really fun actually. I really like it. I should show you guys the sailing game I play. Bro, I haven't played it in a long time, bro. I should show you guys the sailing game I play, bro. Nah, it'd just be so fun to actually have a pirate ship, bro. That'd be so badass. Just take a small loan of $10 million from the mob and tell him you'll pay him back. Sounds like a decent plan. A small loan of $1 million. That shit's always funny. And just go live in Antarctica. Not with my ship, I won't. No shot they find you there. I mean, they definitely wouldn't find you there, but the polar bears will. They'll sniff you. Pretty tired. Spent a week grinding and I'm mentally exhausted. Yeah, I'm not far behind you. So, good night, Mary. Thanks for chilling. Just don't let the polar bears sniff you. They sniff you from like a long ways away, bro. Miles, I think. Miles, I think, bro. I'm pretty sure they're miles away. Dude, I actually love grizzly bears, man. They actually are my favorite animal by far. It's not even close. They're just lovely. They are lovely. Well, the female ones. I always have to be very specific. Female grizzly bears. They're just really lovely, man. Are orcas that bad? I don't know much about orcas, I guess. The mob will find a way, bro. Well, actually, I don't know. You might be right. The mob might not care enough. It depends. It depends on how much money we take from them. Like, if it's a big sum, they will care. If it's not, then you're right. Like, if we're on an island, you know, military-grade defenses, which no military would let us have. You know what we need to do, guys? We just need to take 1 cent. 1 cent, 1 penny out of every single person's bank account. And then we'll be rich. You know how much money you would make if you just took a cent out of everyone's bank account? And, like, no one's gonna notice a cent. Orcas. Are they... I thought orcas were, like, nice. What am I thinking of? I'm thinking of, like, seals or something. What is an orca? Oh, orcas are dolphins, basically. Are they not? What's an orca? Also called killer whale. Oh, never mind. It's a whale. Wait, how big are they? Orcas? They're pretty mean, I guess. They're kind of big. Yeah, they're like bigger than sharks. A little bit bigger than sharks. A little bit bigger than a great white, maybe. They're basically a great white, but just like a little different. Like smaller mouth. Sort of same shape. And let me just be specific about this. The orcas definitely wouldn't fuck me up before the polar bears, because the orcas are in the water and I wouldn't be in the water. So. Orcas wouldn't fuck me up. Yeah, I wouldn't be in the water, bro. I'd be on the ice, obviously. Where I stand a slight chance. Well, I don't really stand a chance, but theoretically speaking, I would stand more a chance against a polar bear on ice than I would an orca in water. Because I'm not built for the water. I am built for the land. So even though I have like nearly a 0% chance against both, I would have a slight chance. I could make something maybe happen on land. I can't make anything happen in the water. It's not happening. Like, there is no make something happen in the water. It's water. I'm dead. Orcas have a 32-foot mouth. Okay, then the ones I was looking at are very small, because I'm looking at some real small ones. Damn, I was looking at small ones. then, guys, because I was looking at them and they're not that big. They look like they have tiny mouths. The ones I'm looking at, they look like I mean, quite literally, they look like great white shark sized. Like, I see people next to them. They're probably like in like fucking, what's that place called? SeaWorld and shit. That's probably what I'm looking at. They're not that big. Nah, you guys are capping. Like, unless, like, when you say their mouth is, unless you're talking about like their mouth to tail distance, like, if you're just talking about their mouth being that big, the pictures I'm looking at, they're not that big. 32 foot? Like this orca right here isn't 32 foot. The one I'm looking at, because I see a guy next to it, and this orca is probably 3 times that guy's size, and I mean maximum he's 6 foot tall. He looks like an older guy. So maximum it's 18 feet long, like this one. I mean this is probably a small one, but I'm just saying, like, oh, this one says 21 foot. 21 foot orca whale dead on land. What's the biggest orca? Biggest orca. The largest recorded male killer whale was 9.8 meters, 32 feet. Okay, so 32 feet is the biggest orca. Biggest shark. Just curious. Whale shark. No, it's not. Alright, hang on. Biggest great white. Biggest great white shark on record. Over 20 feet long. Well, that's not accurate. Over 20 feet. People in this YouTube short claim they encountered a 30 feet long shark. Okay. Largest white shark reliable measure was 21 foot. Okay. They're about the same then, right? Oh wait, no, this one's 32. Okay, so they are bigger. This one's about 10 feet longer. The whale. Pretty big. I'm surprised that the biggest shark ever recorded is 21 foot. I thought there was bigger sharks that were found, bro. I thought there was bigger sharks than that. 21? That's not that large. I also think, dude, there's probably some wicked shit at the bottom of the ocean that we have never found. There's some wicked shit down there. That's why I don't fuck with the ocean. I mean, I won't ever be that far down, but still. The ocean's some different shit, bro. Like, you know how wicked you gotta be to survive down there? Like, what's down there at the bottom of the ocean, bro? Imagine. Like, pitch black, they see. Fucking all that pressure, they're fine. Like, whatever's down there. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that, mate. Skyrim Anniversary Edition. Need for Speed Unbound. Metro Exodus. I'm just looking at some games right now that are on sale. Extinct sharks are bigger, but the existing ones are smaller than you think. Yeah, no, the extinct ones, like the big ones, but everything was bigger. Crocodiles were massive too and all that shit. I've played Ark. Titanfall 2 is $3. Orcas will fling seals in the air just for fun? I didn't know that. I don't know anything about them. sharks tiny in Ark? I mean, they're definitely not. They're not megalodon size. I'll give you that. Like it's called a megalodon. They're definitely not megalodon size, but they're definitely not small. They're big. They're like 30 feet long. Maybe they're not. They're like 25 feet long. Like the longest shark on record, right here, I just pulled it up. The longest shark on record is 21 feet. The ones in Ark are definitely bigger than 21 feet. They're bigger than like your person by so much, bro. They're like 4 of your people. They're massive. They're big ass mouths, bro. Comp you up. Nah, they're not 30 feet. That is a bit too much. They're like 25 though. They're definitely 20 to 25. So they're on like the largest like the largest shark recorded is 21. And they're definitely like 20 to 25. I will say though, yeah, they're not megalodon size, that's for sure. There is a bigger one. There is a bigger one. There's like the red one. Isn't that one bigger? I think he's way bigger. He's like megalodon size, bro. That one's massive. They do look smaller until you're on them. Yeah, yeah. Like it depends on your angle. It's probably also the water. Depends on the angle. It's the water. I just know when they come up and bite you, they're big as fuck. Like they get real big when they're right on you. Man, I don't know what to do, man. It's just another night where I got no one here to game with or whatever. Fucking all the people I game with are gone, bro. Google says they're 16 meters, which is 48 feet. Which ones? The ones in Ark? That's bullshit. I don't think they're that long. They're like 25 to 30. Car for sale simulator. What's up, Neon? Yeah, the Ark ones? That's crazy, bro. I don't agree with that. Google's tripping there. Oh shit. I don't know, bro. I might just have to go and make food and skedaddle on out of here and go to sleep. I don't know. No one showed up again, bro. Layla was messing me up the other day in Halo. Wait, are you one of her friends? Oh, I think you did play with Layla in the customs, didn't you? I think you are one of her friends. Can't remember your gamer tag, but I feel like because your gamer tag is different than your YouTube name, I think, if I remember right. I barely remember. I'm pretty bad at remembering shit, to be honest, but I think I remember that you were playing in customs with her. Xenos, yeah. Joined your game a few weeks ago. Yeah, we haven't had many. Like, I don't know if I've had any customs since the last time you played. I've been like not feeling that well, to be honest. Could just message Virus again. He's playing Smite. No, I think he fell asleep because that also happens. Like he'll fall asleep like on Smite and it'll just say he's playing it, but he's on the menu or something. That happens sometimes. I feel like that's what happened. Either that or he's just doesn't want to talk to me. I don't know. I mean, I doubt that one. He'd probably just tell me, I imagine, but I bet he fell asleep. I'm always up for more friends as well. Dude, I have like no friends, bro. I have like nearly no friends. Been that way for a long time, but it is what it is. Have like 3. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I mean, like, I have like a few, but I also just like, I'm really bad at like, unless people are very specific with me, I don't really know how much they like me or not, to be honest. I'm really bad at that shit. Like, I do, but I don't. Like, there's like a couple people that are like my friends where I know like they, like Virus and Dark. Like, they're like my, I guess, my 2 friends that I know like actually want to talk to me. Other than them, I don't know. Like, I always go back and forth with like who I think likes me and who doesn't and all that shit. And I don't really have enough time to think on it too much, so I kind of just, I don't know. I just do my thing, and then some people show up, some people don't. I don't know. I mean, I've met some really cool people since I started like doing content and stuff, though, as well. Can you look at his Xbox profile and see where he is in the game? I do it, but I don't know what his Xbox is. It's Fire something. You can do it if you're on Smite. You could see if he's in a game. That's the only way you could do it, is if you're in Smite, you could tell if he's in a game. It would tell you how long the game's going on and all that shit. That's the only way, but I'd have to plug up my, like, I have to plug in my Xbox every time I get on it, so I'm not gonna do that. But yeah, that's the only way. I don't know, it might, I don't think it'll show on Xbox. I'm pretty sure it's pretty random. I think it does sometimes and it doesn't sometimes, but I know on Smite it would tell you, so. My 3rd favorite person in the world. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I don't think I have Madden Smite. Shouldn't you? You have the Belial account. He should be playing on that one, I imagine. If he's playing, he should be on that one because he's trying to level it up. Should be like the Belial account. The one that just says Belial. But I mean, I'm tired enough to where I don't even know if I want to do anything now anyways. And it is like 3 or 4 or something, I think. 3:20. I'm just scrolling through Steam. I know you guys don't see it, but that's what I'm doing, by the way. Looking at games on Steam. But I have every game that's like good, to be honest. I don't know. I'm just waiting for like Diablo 4 and shit, bro. Convos I've had with Layla, she told me you're a cool dude and she likes hanging out with you. Yeah, I don't know. I guess like dude, like I said, I'm bad with like, oh fuck, this chair, bro, is breaking, man. Breaks my heart. No, does actually suck, but it's breaking. I don't know, like with Layla, it's like a mixed bag, bro. I feel like sometimes she really likes talking to me, and then other times I'm like, does she like talking to me? I don't really know, bro. But I think it's just because sometimes like she can be really like bubbly and like happy, and then sometimes she's very I don't know what the word is, like super laid back and like almost too chill. So sometimes I think like, is it me? Like, did I do something? But I don't think I did anything. I think it's just like she's just like that. I don't know. Sometimes she's really happy. I don't know. And then sometimes it's just kind of just, yeah, like laid back. Very laid back. Took you a while too. Yeah, I mean, she says some pretty nice things about me, but I don't know. Not to discredit her, but I've been told a lot of nice things about me and then it not be like true or whatever, so it only matters if I feel that way, if that makes sense. Like it doesn't matter if people have Lyle's online in Smite. Does that mean in the menu? Yeah, it probably means in the menu. It would say like this many minutes into Conquest or some shit. So yeah, he probably fell asleep, I imagine. That's probably what that means. But yeah, like with what happened to me recently in life, like words are nice, but actions are much nicer. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I have like people that say nice things about me, but I think it only matters if they like make me feel like the nice things they said about me are real. If that makes sense. Other than that, it's kind of just them saying nice things. But yeah, hopefully she does enjoy talking to me as much as She's told me she does. That'd be good. Yeah, I enjoy gaming with her. It's fun. It's fun. I feel like she wants to play Castle Crashers with me, bro. But she won't ask. Like, that's the other thing about Layla. She doesn't ask, like, she won't, she doesn't voice what she wants. Like, you'll literally be like, what do you want to do? Or what do you prefer? What do you like? All these things. And she's just like, no, I'm not picking for you, or like shit like that. It's your stream. It's your stream. She always says that. It's your stream. It's just like, I mean, yeah, but I can ask you what you want to do. Like, it's your stream. You pick. Like, you just pick, and then I'll see if I want to play it. She says shit like that, and I'm just like, bruh. We can both just try to see what we want to do. But yeah, she'll like. I feel like she's been hinting at me that she wants to play Castle Crashers, but she won't ask. She won't actually just be like, hey, do you want to play Castle Crashers? She'll be playing it, and she'll be like, so, have you ever played Castle Crashers before? I'm just like, yeah, I've played it. It's alright. It's pretty good. And she's like, okay, cool. So, like, what's your favorite character on Castle Crashers? Just like, I think like the pink one. Pink one's pretty fun. Like, oh yeah, cool, yeah. Just like waiting for me to be like, do you want to play it? She'll be like, yeah, I guess. That's literally how she'd respond too. She'd be like, I guess. I've been getting on to her about that. Every time she says I guess, I'm just like, no, yes or no. And then she'll eventually be like, yes. Okay, good. Castle Crashers is fun though. It's a great game. It's a classic. Unless I know them in real life and they truly know me, then I don't trust anything they say. Yeah, I feel that. I don't believe them about how they feel about me. How can you feel a way towards me if you don't know me? Yeah, yes and no, but you can feel a certain way about what you do know about someone. You don't have to know everything. But it could obviously be like, could be fugazi, I don't know. I have 0 in real life friends, so I don't get that. Everyone in real life is more fake from my experience. My online friends are better. I agree. Online friends tend to be less fake because there's not really anything to be fake about. I mean, well, it's not that there's not anything to be fake about, but it's like there's no reason to like not be yourself. I mean, like I'm not like I'm already like in real life I'm also pretty like I don't really care like what I say like I'll say whatever I feel. I'm not really worried about it. But online like even more so, you know? Like what's the big deal? What? Like you guys don't like me? Like I don't care. And I'm finding people that do like me because I'm just me, you know? So yeah, it's like online there's like less I don't know, yeah, there's less fugazi, bro. Also, no one judges you based off of like anything. The only thing people judge you based off of is your voice and then your words. That's what I like about online is like nobody's judging me for like my fucking clothes. No one judges me for my looks. No one judges me like there's nothing you can judge me from other than my voice, which I don't happen to like, but that is what it is. A lot of people seem to like I guess like it. That's cool. But mainly it's like the only thing you can really judge me from is my words, and I'm very particular with my words, so I like that. Most people, you know, have pretty good things to say about me online for sure because they listen to what I say, and well, what I say is not stupid most of the time. So, yeah, I don't know. Online's good for me, I think. We might have to play Barn Finders. This game looks fire. Sound like a radio host? Bro, no shot. My voice is not good, dude. I'm gonna be like, what's up, guys? This Blyle here. That shit. Yo, it's your boy. He used to do some dumb shit back in like that reminds me of like my Black Ops 2 days where I used to troll people in game chat and just like say dumb shit. Yeah, I could do a podcast for sure though. I can talk about like a bunch of shit. I could do a podcast. Like a podcast would be kind of cool. I don't know. I'm just always like I'm almost like too much me, if that makes sense. I feel like I'm a little too much me sometimes, but like I don't mind it. But I do think like I don't know. There's like a lot of times where I talk to someone and I know that the conversation's gonna go bad if I just like say what I want to say, but I do it anyways because I'm like, just me though. Like, well, what can I do, bro? If you don't like me, you don't like me. I'll just say the shit. Have you talked to Layla recently, Neon? Or well, I don't know if I should call you Neon. I call you like Xenos or whatever. I don't know what you prefer to be called. Oh, I think you said she was slapping you in Halo, right? Spoke to her last week. Don't mind. Are you sure? I mind. I mind what people call me. So, but if you actually don't mind, then that's cool. But if you have a preference, just let me know. I'll try to remember it. I mind. I hate when people call me like anything but Belial. That shit's so annoying, bro. Like the worst one is like online. People call me Bao. I think Layla did that to me once. I think she typed that to me once. I feel like she did. And I got onto her about that. I was like, you're never gonna do that again. Don't ever do that again. Never had anyone like the in real life me, so I don't use the real me online because I'm just sick of not being liked, which is stupid. I should be myself. My parents don't even like the real me. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I feel like you guys might be surprised because I feel like a lot of you guys, I feel like all of you guys are like, yeah, people should or do like you a lot, but I don't know. Yeah, in real life, most people don't like me that much too. I genuinely don't mind. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Okay. Just figured I would double check because, like, I mind, so I always, like, want to make sure people mind, but... yeah, you guys would probably laugh if you guys would see, like, how me and Dark used to play, bro. Me and Dark used to literally game. Like, so me and Dark, like, you know how I said to you guys that when me and Dark used to play ranked and try to find thirds, we would go through hundreds of people. Like, no bullshit. We went through, like, 500 plus people, like, thirds, trying to find people that we liked. And I mentioned how sometimes we would literally get a guy in the party, and before we even play, we'd kick him. Like, no bullshit. We'd get a guy in the party, and just by how he sounds or something dumb he said or his gamer picture or his gamer tag or like anything, like it would just be something is off and I'm just like, I don't want to play with this guy, I'm gonna kick him. Or like occasionally Dark would do it. It was more me than Dark, but I did that shit like a decent amount where a guy would just join. I'm just like, I don't like this guy, like let's find someone else. And before we even play the game. And there was one guy that joined and he had called me Bao. He called me Bao, and I said it just like this. Like he called me Bao, and I was like, oh, by the way, like it's Belial. Like I prefer to be called that. And then like you know, I just like I carried on, right? Like I just casually was like, oh, by the way, like my name is Belial. Like my name is Belial. Like so you could just call me Belial, or like, and I think I even said like, or you can call me Lyle or like B, but like I do prefer Belial. Like you could just call me Belial. And he was like, no, I'm just gonna call you Bao. I'm just like, all right, then I'm just gonna find someone else. And he's just like, is it that deep? And I'm just like, yes, like it is that deep. That's why I told you, not to, like it's just that deep. And it's like, and now you're not gonna play with the best player you would have got all night, because like you, just like everyone else in this fucking game, you all bitch about getting shit teammates, and then you find the good fucking teammates. You find me and Dark, two of the best players on the game at the fucking time, and you've got to say dumb shit. Like, you literally could have just got carried to your next fucking ranked, but you had to fucking open your mouth and not respect people, bro. Like, I said it very casually, where it's like, nah, like, I want to be called this. And I'm the best player in this fucking game, so you're gonna call me what the fuck I want you to call me. That's what I should have said. I'm the best player on this shit, so you're gonna call me what I want to be called. Or you're gonna go play with trash cans. It's up to you, bro. That was, like, my vibe for so long. I mean, it's still my vibe, I just am not in that situation anymore, I guess, but it is still my vibe. Because it's oh dude, I hate being called like Bao is such a shit thing to call me too, because it's a verb. It's a verb, bro. It's a verb that's in a name that literally has my name in it. So it's like, why would you call me Bao? Why wouldn't you just call me Belial, which is my actual name? Like, could get on a heater about that shit. If I joined your party, how would you feel before I even talked and we never met before? Wait, what do you mean? What does that mean? Like, based on your gamer picture and gamer profile shit? What do you mean? Because it is mostly about them talking. Like, before you talk, the only thing I judge people on before they talk is their gamer picture and their profile picture. Just based off my name and profile picture. I mean, your name is decent. Like, your name, like, well, going off your YouTube name, I don't know what your profile is on. Like, I'm just looking at your YouTube right now, not your Xbox, but, like, going off your YouTube shit, like, the profile picture is cool. Like, it's fine. Like, it's not even about it being cool or not. It's about it not being stupid. That's specifically what I'm looking for. Like, I'm looking for shit that's stupid. So, like, your name's not stupid, your profile picture's not stupid, so you're fine. If you joined in here and you're like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, the shit that I find stupid is like, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. So if you have an Apex related name, immediately I don't like you most of the time. I don't like that shit. So like if you join and you're like, if your name's like fucking Wraith something something or something like that, I hate that shit. Like I hate that shit. It's corny as fuck. If you have an Apex based name, like you're probably not that good. That's my personal opinion of it. I know that's not like necessarily the case, but that's just my personal opinion. So if you have a gamer tag that's based on it, chances are you're like a Smurf that's not that good, and you need to play bad, like worse players than the top players. So like I feel like that. Well, also funny, you gotta keep in mind, it's like I wasn't recruiting people to play for fun. I was recruiting people to play against like the best players in the game. So like if you joined with like a dumb fucking name, it's like, yeah, you're out of here. Like you're out of here. If you have a dumb picture, you're out of here. Like I don't know. I'm playing against the best players in the game. I'm not recruiting some fucking guy to have fun with. So like anytime I see like if I saw like a stupid name, I'd just be like, I don't want to play with this guy, bro. What do you think? Oh, and the other thing I was gonna add is like, well, no. Wilds isn't bad. The only thing that like slightly is off-putting is the Z, but it's like it's not that big of a deal though. It's like very, very slight. Like your gamer tag is like a solid. It's like a solid 7. It's like a 7 to 7.5. Like it's good. It's fine. Like it's far from bad. It's far from bad. Just Xenos Uwu is pretty bad because of the Uwu at the end. That's like I mean, if it was just Xenos, it would be like an 8. Or like a 7.5 as well. Somewhere around there. If it was just Xenos, it'd be better than Wild Cupcakes with a Z. But it's not. It's UWU at the end. So it's like a solid 5. I wouldn't kick you, but I would already be like... I'd already be doubting you. I'd be doubting your skill. I would be doubting your skill. But I do like Xenos. Xenos is cool. I'd just be doubting you for the last part. But I don't know what your gamer picture is, though. Gamer tag is an 11 out of 10. Your gamer tag is... I can't remember exactly what it is, but it's not great. It's not great, man. It's okay. It's okay. I'm trying to remember what the profile pictures are that I hated. There were definitely some. I mean, like, some were cheesy. Like, you know how people have, like... They have, like, the... Like, there's a lot of guys that have, like, the fucking half-naked women on their profile pictures. That shit's already, like, immediate. Like, you're probably not good. If you have that shit. But I always got excited when I saw people that have like a logo. If I ever saw you and you had a logo with your name in it, I wanted to play with. Like that was like, that's like a thing. Because it's like, okay, he takes this game seriously. Like he takes it serious enough to where he had a logo made of his fucking name. That's a guy I want to play with. Because it's like when I'm on a mission to be the best in the game, I want to play with people that take the shit seriously. So if you had a picture of your if you had a profile picture with your fucking gamer tag on it with some logo on it, immediately I'm like, all right, this guy at least takes the game seriously. At minimum, he takes it seriously. Doesn't mean he's good, but it does mean he took it seriously because he has a logo. Means he took it seriously at one point or another. So like that shit is like that's a big thing for me. If I see like a clean name. Like, you know how my name is just like Bao2 Belial, capital B, capital T, capital B? Like, just, it's clean, right? If you have a name like that where it's just clean, like just capitals, like that's why I like Wild's name too. Like it's just clean, like capital W, capital C, nothing else. Like no fugays. Same thing with like with yours, like just Xenos is like just the J and just the X. Like you're not doing weird shit with the caps. Like that looks good. It's clean, right? It is clean. Like I like shit like that. That's why the last bit loses me. Not only is it dumb, but it's also like the capital, lowercase capital. Like that shit looks bad. My gamer pick is art my friend made of Bloodhound's pumpkin Halloween skin. Do I need to see that? I like how he's like, it's shit, let's be honest here. Not you, Neon. I meant me. Sorry if you thought I meant you. He said that like right as you said that. Oh yeah, no. Wild Cupcakes with a Z is way better than Wild Cupcakes with an S with numbers. 100%. I'm there with you. I'm there with you on that. If that's what it was, like if you tried to get the S, because that's better. Like obviously the S is better than the Z, right? Like S is better than Z, but S with numbers is worse than Z without numbers. I'd be Wild Cupcakes 300. Yeah, that's not good. Don't do that. Just keep the Z. The Z is better than that. You could change it on YouTube. I mean, honestly, the Z is not that big a deal. I don't actually mind it that much, but it is like it's better with the S, but I don't know. Or you can do what other people do. That's like you put like an I in front of it, or like I'm, or like something like that. You could do shit like that if you really really wanted to change it, but you probably can't do much more. Actually, you're probably nearly maxed out. Yeah, I'd rather have a Z than numbers. Yeah, 100%. The Z is better than having numbers. 100%. Numbers are not good. You don't want numbers in your name for the most part. Sorry, Funny. Actually, wait, does he have, I don't know if he has a number in his name. It might just be like it might just be referring to a number. I don't know if he does. Anyways, numbers don't look good in names. They just don't. I don't know if I've ever seen a gamer tag with a number that looks good. There's some that look better than others, but I don't think I've ever seen one that looks good. I'm trying to think. One that's all right. Well, actually, no, I think he spells out the numbers. I think that's what makes it good. Can't remember. I feel like there's a guy, maybe he played with like Vanoss in them. I can't remember. I feel like there's a name. For some reason, there's like a gamer tag that I'm just thinking of, and I think he's like a content creator, but I think his name's 407 or something, but I think it's like spelled out though, I think. I don't think he actually has the numbers. I feel like it looked okay though, if I recall right. That's like the only one with numbers that I can think of. I don't, but I wanted it to be. It was supposed to be. Yeah, I remember it was supposed to be that, or at least I saw that on something. Wait, why doesn't it then? How is that taken? There's no way that's taken, bro. Well, it might be, I guess, but it shouldn't be taken. $407. Oh, is that how he spells it? That's not clean. Never mind. That's shit. I thought it was like 407 and like the 0 was the only number or something, maybe. Where is he from? Is he from like Vanoss? Is that what I was thinking of? I don't remember. Who is he? Who is he with? I think he played with Vanoss in them. Dude, I watched Vanoss in them like back when they had like 20k subscribers, and their channel was fucking lit, dude. It was so sick. And then they got like millions, and it's like it's terrible shit. I don't know if you guys watched them, but their old shit was actually fire, bro. That was his OG. Now it's 407. Okay, like if you had a gamer tag that's just 407 with like actually just the number, that's sick too. I don't mind that. I don't think there's anything I could change about my username to get the S. Yeah, I don't think so either. He's from Ireland. He plays with Vanoss and Nogla. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought so. Dude, I used to watch they made fire videos back in the day. But I mean, I don't want to hate on them or anything. I'm not really trying to hate on them, but I don't know. Their shit got like, ended up like, I know they started doing like a lot of GTA like scripted shit, and that just missed me, dude. Because like my favorite type of humor is like what do you call it? Improvised humor. So like I like shit that's like off the top, you know. And they started doing GTA like skits and stuff, and I was just like, nah, this ain't it, bro. Like respect. I mean, you guys do your thing. It obviously worked out for them. I mean, they made fucking tons of money off that shit, and like tons of subscribers, all that shit. Like they're doing their thing. Like fuck what I want, but I used to watch their Black Ops 2 videos, and if you guys ever watched their Black Ops 2 videos, that shit was fucking hilarious, bro. Like the Riot Shield trolling and shit, man. I did that. I did that because of them. Like that's how cool their videos were. Like I did that shit. Like I went into Black Ops 2 and like I was trolling people. Like that's before I started taking competitive seriously. Like I was just playing Search and Destroy, and I did like a lot of the shit they did, like the spike charges, Riot Shields, like Ninja Defuse shit, like all that shit. Damn, it was good, man. I mainly watched Captain Sparkles and Smiley. I don't know who Smiley is. I know I've heard of Captain Sparkles. I watched like Wildcat, H2O, Delirious, and Vanoss. That was like the squad back in the day. I was in their game too. I talked to them. I talked to Wildcat at one point. But yeah, I watched them back when they had like very little subscribers. Like back when I watched them, they had like 30K, which is still, well, that's a fuck ton. I'd love to have 30K, bro. Mighty? Yeah, I don't know who that is. Smitty? Yeah, I don't know who that is. But yeah, I watched them back like because I think the first video I ever saw of them, if I recall, was their MW3. It's like a I don't know what they called it. It was an MW3 like parody trailer, and on the MW3 trailer, there was a moment where like both the guys end up trying to quickscope each other. Like they're like pulling up their scope to quickscope, and the trailer fades to black, like assuming like the guy hit it, right? Like it just fades to black and you hear the shot, and then it comes back and he dies. And then but there in their parody, it fades, it like hits, like he like quick scopes, it goes to black, you hear the shot, and then it goes back to the game, and it's just them like trying to quick scope again and missing and missing and missing and missing. Like that shit's so funny, bro. Like that shit, like that kind of humor to me, like that shit was funny. And then like their trolls, like that's what got me into them. But yeah, I think when I found that video, I was like, damn, this guy has like no subscribers, bro. He had like 10K or 20K or 30K, somewhere around those kind of numbers. And I was like, damn, this guy deserves so much more. And I started watching his shit, and then it just blew up. He got to like 100K. I was like, damn, he's popping off. And then I think eventually I stopped watching his videos, and yeah, he's over 1 million, I'm assuming now, or some shit. I think he really popped off with the GTA shit. So good for him, bro. I'm hoping my shit could do that, you know? I'm hoping that people find my shit and they're like, damn, you deserve more. And then that happens, I don't know. I don't know any of them. I don't know many YouTubers. I used to watch Achievement Hunter. That's like the thing I watched like every day, bro. I watched Achievement Hunter every fucking day, man. I watched hundreds of hours of their content, bro. Like they actually like I don't want to say they like helped me through like a bad time, but like they definitely were like just something I always went to. Like it cheered me up all the time. It just like was the only thing in life that actually like made me laugh, like watching their content. And then just I don't know, they slowly started adding new members, and the new members just aren't the same. I don't know. The map on the screen, is that for D&D or something? No, it's for here. I'll move it around so you can actually see it. Also, here's like it's not for D&D. It's for my book. It's for the book I'm working on. I'm obviously detailing it out. It's not done. This is like this place doesn't have a name yet, and then I don't know if this isn't final. I'm working on this shit. But the main place is like this place right here. This is Germania. This is like the main place in my book. But yeah, this is just like I've been detailing this shit out. You can zoom in really far. This is Vela. This is like the starting city in my book. And then I have these. Well, actually, hang on. It's supposed to be a bit like that. It's a bit easier to read, but kind of still hard. We're zoomed in really far, that's why. Yeah, the reason there's purple writing on this is because this is like one of the characters, like basically as if she was writing. I don't know why, but my like app is really, there we go. It's really like laggy all of a sudden, I don't know why. Yeah, this is the map I've been building. Worked pretty hard on it. And this is like a meteor strike that happened that cut off these two continent, or well, not continents. They're like countries. They're more like countries. Map is just so clean. Yeah, it is. It's nice. What genre of book will it be? It's kind of a bit of everything, but I would say the main genre is like romance, action, drama. Yeah, like romance, action, drama, probably. But it's got a little bit of everything. It's got a little bit of like horror, a little bit of drama, or a little bit of like mystery, crime. I'm working on a short story. See if I can pull this up for you, maybe. See if I can pull this up real quick, Ski. You finish the book, let me know. I'd love to read it. Avid reader, especially of romance, drama, action, adventure type books. Yeah, you might like it then. I've got a short story coming out soon, but it's definitely not that. The short story genre is like, well, so I've got 3 short stories coming out soon. Well, soon, maybe I shouldn't say. I've got 1 coming out soon. I've got 3 coming out. The first one though is the most violent, like the most, I don't know. It's the most different, I guess. It's very focused on gang violence, and like basically each short story showcases like a character from the book. Basically, it's like their origin stories. Think of it like that. So like the book has like a bunch of characters in it, right? But the 3 short stories, they showcase 4 of the main characters, like their origin stories, like before they meet each other. And the first one that I'm working on is called The Renmore Reaper, and it's like it's the most violent of all of them. I'm gonna show you right now. Hang on, I'll show you like what it looks like. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, so like you could see this. This is like the picture of my. This is the cover that I had designed. It's pretty badass. Is there a fantasy element to these? Tiniest bit, but it's mostly like pretty realistic. I would say there is a tiny bit of fantasy, but not too much. It's pretty sad. It's pretty like most of it. It's like all shit that like I didn't write this for fun. I wrote it like everything in it matters to me. Like every line matters to me. I actually read some earlier. Too bad you weren't here. You might have liked it. But yeah, it's. I mean, not that fantasy can't be serious, but for me, like, I didn't want to add too much fantasy because I felt like it takes away from like the relatability a little bit. I want it to be relatable, even if you can't relate to it, sort of thing. Because I relate to it, like especially like this story, like the Renmore Reaper is like the main character of this is like based on me specifically. So I don't know, like this is like a pretty important one to me. The other main character is like the most important thing in my life, so. Like the other character is like important for a different reason. This character is important because she feels the way I feel, like in life, like to every degree. Like, and every part showcases like a different feeling that she has that I feel. Like she feels a lot of anger, like deals with her anger in different bad, like not so great ways typically. But the other main character is the opposite. Basically, like my main 2 characters are complete like polar opposites. One of them's like really angry all the time and like takes their hate out on a lot of people and things and themselves. And the other one's like very lovely and wants to help everyone like be better. What's up, hero? Yeah, I appreciate that though. Like, yeah, my books matter a lot more than anything else I do, so I hope when I put them out, people read them and share them and do everything. I've really been debating putting the first part out on YouTube because I really need like some sort of push to get myself monetized. And honestly, maybe I should just start throwing out the parts and really hope they do well, man. But I don't know. It's It's also kind of shitty though, because it's like I've worked on this for so long that I don't really want to put it out until I'm monetized, because I want to get something for it at least, you know. Not to be like I'm not like that guy, but like I'd like to get something from it, or at least I would like the donation link, you know. Because if I get monetized first, then I could tell people like, hey, you know, the story's free, but I did spend 7 years working on these characters and this world and shit. Like, if you could, like, if you want to donate, here you go, please. That would be nice. Don't have to. It's like that would be cool. But if I put it out before I get monetized, I can't even put it like a donation link or anything like that. I mean, I guess I could put like a PayPal link or something, but that seems so unofficial. I don't want to do that. It would make me look weird. I mean, it wouldn't, but it would. I don't know how to explain it. Like, I'd rather just wait until monetized. But I will say this, like, right when I get monetized, this is like what I'm putting out. I'm putting this out for sure. Those clips of Apex Customs are clips of you reading tidbits of the story that are intriguing. I was thinking about doing that, but the problem is trying to find what I can, like, what little bits I can do. Like, kind of tough to see what, like, it's tough to find a part to where I can, like, so it's not spoilery, you know? It's tough to find a part that's not spoilery, but I don't know. I'm just looking through some of my writing on my phone real quick. Frostbite isn't spoilery. Yeah, I could maybe possibly do Frostbite. I mean, here's something I can read to you guys real quick. It's just something I wrote down on my phone. It's slightly polished, but not really. Kind of tells the backstory of Grail. Yeah, Frostbite is the beginning, so it makes sense. I've been helping a friend of mine as a social media manager, and it's been helping him grow slowly again, but these are the things I do for him that are working in his favor. He's up to about 50 consistent views. Yeah, that's pretty good. I can read to you guys this little tiny bit. It's not a lot. But I mean, I can read it. I don't know if it's good or not. It's something I wrote down a while back. I actually haven't read this in a while, but I know the start of this sounds good. I polished the start, didn't polish the later parts, so this is like something I wrote for the Grail short story, and I have no fucking clue where it's gonna go, bro. I don't even know if it's gonna go in. But I could read this and like do like an intro for the, or like do a little short for this. I just titled it like drink scene. Because it's like a scene where she goes to get her drink. So Grail likes wine. So that's like a thing. She like really she just loves wine. Also, seems how you're newer. I don't know if I think Hero knows this already, but like obviously Funny and Wild know this already. But anyways, for you, Neon, and for him if he doesn't know, like basically Grail's like a bit of a badass. I mean, she's not your average lass, let's say. She's pretty big, like physically, she's quite big. She's gotten in, like she gets into a lot of trouble. She's pretty rough. Like actually, like enjoys fighting and all this shit. She's involved with the gang. Like she's involved with like a local gang, basically, right? So that's just like a rough idea, so you know what kind of character we're talking about here. But anyways, makes me smile to hear the chuckle and pure joy in your tone when talking about your stories. Yeah, man. They're pretty much everything to me. It's weird. This one's kind of bittersweet because it's like pretty much all pain went into writing this shit, to be honest. But wait, is Grail liking wine based on Layla? How would that be based on Layla, bro? Grail's liked wine for like 5 years. Layla has been in my life for a year or less. I don't think those are. I don't know when I met Layla. Anyways. All right, yeah. So here's what I wrote. This is I don't know what is gonna happen when I read this because I don't remember all this, but this is what I wrote. Um, in between the shadows, moonlight pierced like a well-placed blade, giving short glimpses of a cold corpse yet stalking. God damn, that's hard to read. I'm gonna read that again. In between the shadows, moonlight pierced like a well-placed blade, giving short glimpses of a cold corpse yet stalking. Wine swaying in one hand while the other lay dormant at her side, ready to grip and glide at slightest hint of violence. But much like wayside blood, Grail's wine was starting to run down to the last drop, so her steps wavered towards Derriere. That's just like a shop name that I randomly came up with, or like a shopkeeper name. Also, Wayside, if you don't know the story at all yet, like Wayside is like Grail's involved with a gang and they beef Wayside. Like Wayside is like the other gang. So like basically the line like, but much like Wayside blood, Grail's wine was starting to run down to the last drop. So her steps wavered towards Derriere, the shop with infinite drinking choice, but only one drink held Grail's interest anymore. Maybe after drinking a few more, she would finally learn how to pronounce its name. With a light jingle, Grail swung open the door. Yeah, this is where like it's choppy writing. It's not the perfect writing not that my writing's perfect, but this is a bit choppy. I can already tell I don't like it that much. But anyways, with enjoyment, she savored the last drop before placing the empty bottle on the counter and looking that ruffian in the eyes. He stared back lifeless as he did before, but couldn't hold gaze long enough before his smirk cracked his withered skin. More of the same, I presume? Yeah, more at this one. Maybe something new, too? She glanced around at the newly stocked shelf. Perhaps you would want something from Zion. I just acquired a few I haven't tried yet myself. He waved over to a few bottles that stood out amongst the rest. A different type of glass and odd symbolic writing drew her closer. How much? Grail asked as she raised her finger to the unknown language. But before his answer graced her, the jingle sounded once more, causing Grail's hand to rapidly pull back to her side where her best friend waited to be announced. But the man who entered was no wayside youth trying to catch her lacking, just an old man seeking to buy some ale. For you, Grail? I could cast you a deal. Die Seelenfänger und... He picked up one of the three odd-looking bottles with from their southwestern neighbors, und, whatever this one's called, he laughed, looking at the weird lines that somehow held their people's word. 60 Pfennig for you, Fraulein. And then... Yeah, so then I had this idea. This is like a scene that I was working on. I had this idea that this older guy that just walked in, he knows Grail. Like, he sees her around. He's from Renmore as well. He, like, knows her. Knows of her. Doesn't know her really, but he knows of her. Like, he hears what she gets up to. And when this guy offers, like, 60 Pfennig for you, Fraulein, which is, like, cheaper, it's like he's giving her a deal, basically. But she didn't ask for a deal. He's just giving it to her because he likes her. She comes often. But anyways, then the older guy like would basically butt in and be like, why not pay what it's actually worth? And basically Grail and him have this like back and forth, but I don't know if I wanted to keep this part. So the only thing, like basically I wrote like, it's called respect, Grail chirped back. It's something man earned and it's mutual. You? Respect? He laughed. You aren't fooling anyone dressed in sleeks, walking around like you own the gaff. You lot have no respect. Brah, I got respect for my man, but if you know so much about me, you must know I ain't got no respect for my elders. You ain't give me shit, but it's easy to talk tough when you know I won't pick on the weak. And then like he would say like, why? Cause if you lost, it would break your pride. And she responds like, rah, trust me, if something could break my pride, it would first break your bones. I wrote that line for a long time ago. I don't know if I want to use it on him, because it's kind of a weird scene. It's like someone, like Grail is very specific about, like, she doesn't pick on the weak, which is why I gave her that line of, like basically she's like, oh, it's easy to talk tough when you know I won't pick on you, like, because you're not like me. Like, it's easy to talk tough kind of shit. I don't know if I want to waste that line there, but I really like the line of, like him basically being like, why? Because if you lost, it'd break your pride. And it's like, rah, like, if something could break my pride, it'd first break your bones. That shit goes kind of hard. Yeah, I wrote that, like, little scene. I could do that. I could do something with, like, reading that first part. I think the first, you can tell it's, like, I was in my bag more. I was in my bag with the first few lines. Like that first few, like the like in the shadows, moonlight pierced like a well placed blade, giving short glimpses of a cold corpse yet stalking. That shit goes crazy. That's a really good like well woven sentence there. And I also like the like wine swaying in one hand while the other lay dormant at her side, ready to grip and glide. That's like honestly, I could use that as like a title for one of the parts, like grip and glide. That's like a reference, like a glide is like when you're going to like look for other like gang members essentially to fuck them up. So it's like, you know, you're walking their block essentially, I guess if you want to put it like that. So like a grip and glide is like referring to like holding the knife and like looking for someone to fuck up essentially. So that's a pretty cool phrase. Like it gets used quite a bit in this like writing, but I like that. Like her hands like one hand is swaying, but the other is like not moving at all because it's like near her knife. Like I'm ready for this shit if it pops off. And also like right when she starts to like get into like looking at the drinks, like the bell jingles and immediately her hand goes back because she's like ready for that shit. It's like it's like they almost like whoever came in behind me like almost caught me at a time where I don't have my hand near my waist. Like I need my hand always here. Like that's what I'm on. It's like a reminder of what she's on. It's pretty cool. It's a nice little part, but I don't know where it fits into the story, so I don't know if it's actually going to be in there. It's just all right. Yeah, I wrote her some crazy lines, bro. I'm just like I have so many Grail lines. Like I have like hundreds probably. Well, maybe not hundreds, but probably over 100. But I just love her accent, bro. Like writing in that accent is so fun. Like writing with the slang and the accent. Also, I'm trying to get her more like phrases that she uses often, you know? How many pages, chapters are you planning to set the short stories up with compared to pages, chapters to the main book? There is no chapters to the short story. It's just, well, I call them parts, but I guess they would, I guess technically you could call them chapters as well, I suppose. I call them parts, because they're not that big. So, like, basically, the short story, it looks like it has 15 parts, and each part is like 4 pages. That's kind of what it looks like. So, I don't know what the math is on that exactly, but, or wait, well, 60, I guess, right? For 4 and 15, yeah, 60. So roughly around 60 pages for the short stories is what I'm thinking, like 4 pages apart, 15 parts. And then the book is really long, like probably too long. It's probably going to be like 15 chapters, 50 pages apart, or like 50 pages a chapter is kind of what it looks like right now. It's really long. Like it's almost too long, but it's also good. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't know what to do about that. Like I don't want to get rid of shit that's good. I thought about splitting it up into 2 parts, like a part 1 and part 2 of the book. But the problem with that is it's not really a good idea. I feel like because there's not really a middle part of the book that like is a good ending point. So yeah, I don't know. It's looking like something around like the 50 pages each, 15 chapters, something like that. It's gonna be real long. But the short stories, yeah, they're like 60-ish. Maybe I mean I could technically do more, but kind of depends. I mean, if people really love it, I could do more of the short story. Because like I said, I got hundreds of Grail lines. Like, bro, I got so many lines. Like, she's just tough as fuck, bro. These lines are actually tough. These lines are tough, bro. I mean, I don't care what other people think. I think they're tough, so it doesn't really matter. Like, at the end of the day, like, I like it. It achieves what I want it to. But, like, it's just the way she talks. Like, it's just cool. And, like, I get on, like, these, like, whenever I write her lines, I'm, like, getting on the same shit. Like, writing her, like, different ways of saying the same shit. So I just have so much like content to use, basically, like throw at this, and it's all just tough lines, basically. I mean, because that's like just how she talks. She just talks tough to everybody, but she also like backs it up. She's not talking tough and then like not doing shit, like talking tough and actually doing shit. I wrote like they're simple. Like some of them are simple, but it's just like the vocab she has. I wrote like these lines where it's like when I walk the block, I'm looking to rip up tops. Like that shit goes crazy. It's just like simple lines, but they really like hit. When I walk the block, I'm looking to rip up tops. Or like I wrote her this line. This has like a lot of slang in it, where it's like, if Dim Man get caught with a salmon sleeks, Dim Man would act a lidge. But fuck that. I'd rather just back it quick. I said it again, and I said it once, and I'll say it again. I'm ready to rip up tops. Like that shit's cool. Like acting lidge means like acting drunk. So she's saying like, oh, if you guys got caught with like a big blade like on you, you would like you'd act drunk. Like so I wouldn't notice you've got it on you. Like you're walking weird. Like you walk weird when you have like if you have a big blade and you're like walking with it like quote unquote inconspicuously, you know, like you've got it in your pants essentially, then you walk slightly weird. So she's like, oh, you would like if you got caught with it, like you'd act a lidge, but fuck that, like I'll just back this shit. Like I said it once, I'm ready to rip up tops. That shit goes hard. Like she's just like on that shit. It's like if I have that shit, I'll back that shit. I'm not a bitch. Like you guys are bitches, you know. I wrote her that. I wrote this. I don't know if this is like perfected, but it's just like I was just practicing like her accent and like using a lot of the slang terms. But like I wrote her like her like coming up and being like, Wagwan, I heard something last night. Like man said you out in the unspeaking west. Like how did man say it again? Rengang's wet? Or that's a Mazza one that her expression lost all color. Anything else man want to say? If not, I got something from my man and it's long. That goes crazy. Like I like that. Like I got something from my man and it's long. That shit goes crazy on so many levels because like it's like a triple entendre kind of. Like the it's long is like a reference to a slang term that they say, which is like it's long, which means like it's not looking good for you, basically. Like it's looking bad. It's like bad. It's not good. Not a good situation to be in. Like that. Like that's a thing that they would say is like, oh, it's long. So like you could say like someone asked me how I'm doing, and I said like, it's long. Like, it means like not very well, right? So it means that. It's also a reference to like her blade being long, but also it's a reference to the fact that she refers to her blade as like the long blade. Like that's what she calls it. It's a cool reference. It's just a cool reference on multiple levels. Like I got something from my man and it's long. I really like that shit. Is your Reddit your pen name? Shit, I don't use my Reddit anymore, so I don't really I mean I have a Reddit technically, but I kind of just don't have a Reddit, bro. Like I don't use it. That line's terrible. Let me get rid of that one. You found it? Yeah, I mean, I wrote like some good shit on there. Actually, there was one thing that I wrote on there that I wanted to read. I actually recorded myself reading it yesterday, would you believe? But I deleted that shit. Well, I don't know if I deleted it, but I decided that I didn't want to read it. I don't like my voice enough to read it. It sounds stupid, but I don't. I was gonna read something I wrote about Nelly. Really wanted to do that. But also, I feel like I had too much or not enough emotion in it, which is kind of weird to say, but it was basically both. Like certain parts I didn't have enough emotion, and then certain parts I had enough to where I was like, I don't want that to be out. I don't like that. But it didn't mean a lot. I have a lot of posts that meant a lot, but one of them means like a specifically like great deal to me on there. Damn, I don't remember all these lines. Ooh, I forgot about this. Hang on, I found a gem. What's up, Raven? Found a gem. I'm reading some shit, and it's got me, dude. I'm like, I'm reading my own shit, and I'm just like, I'm ready, bro. I need to see what happens next because I don't remember reading this. I don't remember writing this. Damn, I don't remember writing that. I found a gem, bro. Yeah, I know. I mean, well, I mean, I to be fair, I like my writing more than anybody else ever will because it just means a lot to me more than it will to anybody else. But yeah, I think people will like it. Damn, this is pretty good. It needs tweaked, but it is pretty good. It's cool. It's got like a couple cool. I actually really like this. It fits really nicely into something too, bro. Like there's like a part that I mean, well, it does and it doesn't. I think Vic won't be like her a good friend, like a great friend or anything, but ah, this is pretty good though. I like it. It's like Grail being injured in her room, and then Vic knocking on the door. Oh no, sorry, not him knocking on the door. So like she injures herself. This is the idea. She injures herself, and Grail, you would know this, has Grail has like a she has like a weird thing that happens where when she gets really angry, she loses all her senses. It's referred to as like the plane of silence. Like that's what I refer to it as. It's like she gets so mad that she enters like the plane of silence, which is where like she can't hear. Like she doesn't hear anything. So like you could be like right next to her, like yelling at her, and she like if she was really really mad and like in doing something, for instance, like hurting someone, she like wouldn't hear you. Like she doesn't hear. Shit like that, and she doesn't feel. Like that's a thing that happens. Like briefly, it's very brief, but she doesn't like feel or hear. And I wrote this thing where like she hurts herself in her room, and she doesn't realize it, but like the door opens, and she like turns around, and she like basically gets mad at Vic, and she's like couldn't you fucking knock next time? And he replies by saying like I did loudly, and I called your name. what, you didn't hear a thing? Like, what's going on with you? Every time you get mad like this, it's like you zone out. And like she replies by saying like, "Raw, man's very aware," like as if she like knows everything that goes on. But she's also like, "Fuck, he did, like he did try to get my attention. I just can't hear him." Like she didn't want to admit it. And then like he's having a back and forth about it because he's like basically questioning why she's hurt, but he knows why. He just wants her to say it basically. And then I wrote a really interesting part that will probably change, but I wrote why she's angry, and it's interesting. I mean, I can see the correlation with me. I think I know why I wrote this, because I do actually want this to be something Grail feels, but it's a bit tough. The only part I like is where she's like, yeah, this is pretty good. I mean, it's kind of simple. It's kind of just like it's pretty normal of a thing she would say, but I do like this line's good. Like they're kind of like talking, and well, she's more like she's not yelling, but she's definitely raising her voice like angrily, and she's mad obviously, but like she's like, "You tell me, does man think anyone else here is this fucking lonely? I'm sick of these fucking neeks thinking this shit's funny. Ain't nothing funny here. I'm stepping with this ting on my hip to leave a man ghost." Like that's a pretty good line. I like that. Like she's just like, it's a good like reinforcing. It's just so like, cause she does that a lot where she's like, just so you like, basically like a line where she's like, just so you guys know, I'm doing this shit to fucking kill somebody. Like that's how mad I am. Like I really like that vibe from her because it's like, she feels like a lot of her gang members aren't on this shit. So, like they're not on violence. It's like they're here for fun. Like that's what she's bitching about here. Like she's bitching about a guy who said like he related to her. Like basically he was like, "I relate to you. Like I feel this angry too," and like all this shit. And then she's like she sees him like leaning on some girl and like laughing and shit. And she's like, "You think you feel like this? But you ain't never felt like this. Trust." That's her reaction. It's like, "You've never felt like this because you smiled once, and I saw you like that once. You've never felt like this." Like that's how her mind works. It's like, "You've never felt like me." It's crazy. I'm really liking Nelly right now. I appreciate that. Nelly matters the most. Nelly's the most important character to me, so I hope everyone likes her. That's kind of, I don't know. I hope everyone likes Nelly. I know it's not possible that everyone likes something, but the best thing for me would be that everybody likes Nelly. Grail is meant to be like, you either love her or you hate her, but either way she should be interesting, regardless of what you think. Like, she should be interesting, but she should, like, yeah, some people like her. Like, some people think Grail's, like, a good person, but just put in a bad situation, but some people think Grail's a bad person. The stuff on Reddit, are these canon? Let me think for a second. The Nelly one should be canon, yeah. Well, slight, tiny bit of, there's a tiny bit of, like, details that aren't, but yeah, it's pretty much canon. The Grail one is... I feel like there's something wrong about it, and I can't remember what. Okay. The Grail one is and isn't canon. The only reason it's not canon... Okay, so the thing that's not canon in Grails is that she wrote, I think. Well, I don't know. I just don't think Grail would write. But I did put in the part that, like, the reason she writes is because Nelly convinced her to. Which, that does make some sense. Nah, fuck it. Yeah, Grail would probably listen to Nelly. She would try it. So yeah, the Grail one should be canon. I'm trying to think if there... I think everything's canon in that, yeah. Yeah, the "I'll make you swim" line is good. That's also like a slang term like that she uses a lot. Like like there's like there's definitely a line in this somewhere where she's like talking to people and it's like, "Oh yeah, last time I saw him, I made him swim," which is like obviously a reference to like stabbing him up. That line is pretty cool because she's looking at the lake when she says it, but like she is not talking about the water. So it's like that line's cool. Like that's what I like about that line. It's definitely a big double, like it means one thing, but it looks like another thing kind of thing. I think my favorite bit in the Grail one, I don't know, I mean, I like a lot of it. I really like the rant when she's like basically like who was with me when I was on my own, like when I had to fight just to fucking eat, like all that shit. Like talking about her sister. Yeah, I like that shit. Because a lot of that was taken from me ranting, actually. Like if I read that shit to you, you'd probably feel it even more than you already felt it. Because like when I read it, you'll realize that it's not just writing; it's like real, kinda. Because like whenever I read that part, like the second half of it, like turns into me like ranting almost because I just feel that shit. Like I feel what I felt when I wrote it. But yeah, I like I mean the whole ending to the whole ending to Grails. The Nelly part is really good. I really like both of those. This is kind of good though. I'll have to let me mark this down. A less than I'll just title this a less than peaceful side because I think that's where this would go. So it'd be like Bad Dream is the start of it. Let's see, Bad Dream. Wake up. Injury. Or I should just type. Oh yeah, real injury. Yeah, real injury. It comes in. That's a good part. Okay. Felt that line in my soul. Yeah, feel that shit, bro. There's some really good lines. Grail has a lot of good lines. I feel like Grail has like some of my favorite lines. Nelly has like one really good line. Like I need to make some more standout lines for Nelly, but Nelly is very hard to write compared to Grail. Grail's easy to write because she's like me. I don't know. Like she's so like me. Like the angry voice in her head and like the anger and all that shit. She's just me. So it's super simple to write Grail. But like writing Nelly is so tough because she's so positive and like bubbly and nice and like loving. It's like I don't feel any of that. So I have to like try to just I have to get in like a vibe. Like I have to get in a vibe where I just feel like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. A freelance graphic designer, can I do thumbnails for you? I mean I need somebody to do thumbnails for me, but bro, I barely have enough money to fucking pay my bills, so I can't pay you for that shit. And your work's probably worth some money, man. What was I gonna say? Oh, I have a really good Nelly line. One of my favorite Nelly lines. Well, I'm kind of remembering it like a little bit. I'm paraphrasing it, but there's like a part where, because Grail doesn't understand like any German at all, and like there's a part in the book where like they've been friends for a little while, like they've known each other for a bit, and Nelly feels like Grail's not listening to her. Like Nelly feels like she's said a lot of things, and Grail's kind of like writing her off and not listening to her that much. And so Nelly ends up saying something in German. Doesn't even matter what she actually says. I know what she says, but it really doesn't matter. It's like she responds to Grail in German like lightly. Like she basically says like a German saying, basically, right? And immediately Grail like turns to look at her, and Grail's like already angry. So she kind of snaps at her, and she's like, "Why do you fucking speak in that language? Like when you know I can't understand it? It's like we're the only two here, and you're speaking in a language I don't understand. So like it's like what are you saying behind my back, kind of thing. Like that's how she feels." And Nelly responds by basically being like I just find it funny that you don't care what I like. It's just interesting that you don't care what I'm saying until you can't understand what I'm saying. I'm paraphrasing it, but that's basically what she says. It's a really interesting line. It's like I'm just confused as to why you only care about what I say when you can't hear it. which is a pretty serious dig, to be honest, at her. Like, that's about as serious of a dig that Nelly gets, because Nelly's really nice, but she is just kind of like that. It's just like, why? Why not just listen? Why are you now interested in what I say when you can't hear it? At the end of each chapter, is there going to be translations to the German words used? Yes and no. There's going to be translations to important ones, but there's going to be some that I'm not going to translate because I think it's more fun that way. So, yeah, a lot of them will be translated. A lot of them you'll understand by, like, just by how it goes. But yeah, I will translate some. Just not everything. I think there's a couple things I want to leave untranslated, like, just not translated. Like, I don't know if I should translate the small shit. Because here's the thing about it. Like, okay, I'll give you an example, right? Well, I'm trying to remember what she says. I'm guessing you speak either fluently or semi-fluently German? Nope. I actually write it better than I speak it. Probably do it for free just to gain experience. I mean, I don't know, bro. That's a complete you decision. I'm not gonna ask for anything for free because I understand how it be out here, bro. I mean, the only thing I could offer you is, if you want to try to do it for free, you can do that. I'm not gonna tell you no. And if you do like really good ones, then I can try to pay you for them. But I mean, like I said, I just don't have money, bro. Like, I barely have enough money to like I'm living on my own. I don't make any money for my job. I'm just trying to make streaming and YouTube like work out for something. So honestly, like, thumbnails would help me a lot. Like, they'd probably help my channel grow. I imagine it'd get me more clicks and shit like that. So it really would help. But I don't know. Like, that's all I can tell you is, like, the only thing I could promise is, like, if your thumbnails help me out, I can try to pay you. But I just really can't afford to like I can't really make great thumbnails, but I can kind of make some, you know? So, yeah, that's up to you. What was I saying? Yeah, so, like, with the German stuff, I don't know. I'll translate some of it. There's, like, certain things I don't know if I should translate, because the thing is about it is, like, the main character... Well, okay, there's two main characters, right? There's Nelly and there's Grail. Nelly speaks, like, semi-fluent German. So she's not actually even fluent. Like, Nelly speaks a good amount of German. Like, I would say she understands 70% of anything that's said. But, like, there is that 30% she doesn't. And then Grail understands, like, 0. Grail doesn't understand a single word. But there is this one part where, when she meets Vendra... I mean, this is just like a super simple example, but like when she meets Vendra, Vendra talks in German a little bit, and she introduces herself in German. So like Vendra's introduction is like Ich bin Vendra, die Klingentanzerin von Endless Weiss. And then she looks at Grail when she says it, and then she says, "Tell me, Ryzine, are you the real deal or just a pretender?" And like that line, like Ryzine means like... I'm probably not pronouncing this shit right because I don't speak super well German. I write it better. But anyways, Ryzine means like giant. But I don't think I should translate that because it's kind of like a thing where it's like you know it's German. Like when you read it, it'll be in italics and like you won't understand it. So you're like, it's German. She's speaking more German. She's calling her a name in German. I feel like you don't need to know what it is. If you want to look it up and know it, that's fine. But, like, the reason I feel like I don't need to translate it is because Grail doesn't know what she's saying. So when the reader doesn't know what she's saying, it almost, like, pisses you off, too, because you're like, what the fuck are you calling me? Like, which is Grail's reaction. It's like, what'd you say? So I kind of like that. Wouldn't Nelly translate for Grail so she could read the book? Wait, what? Wouldn't Nelly translate for Grail so she could read the book? I don't understand the second part of that. So she could read the book. I don't understand that part. What book? What do you mean, what book? What book are you talking about? I'm talking about a scene where, like, they're physically meeting a character. a character speaks German to Grail, like she's taunting her. Tell me, Ryzine, are you the real deal or just a pretender? Like she's basically just like, I mean, she's calling her a giant. It's not like a bad thing to call her, but like she's basically just saying like, you're big and scary, but are you real? Like, are you actually about that life? Like that's basically what she's saying to her. Nelly definitely wouldn't translate that to her on the spot because that'd be weird. Like it's not important enough. For some reason, I thought this book saw Grail writing a book about her life. Or wait, book was about Grail. Wait, was about Grail writing a book about her life. The book is like, so how do I put it? It's a bit confusing. It won't be confusing when you read it, but it's a bit confusing to explain. So okay, the book is third person, following Nelly and Grail. In the book, Nelly writes a book about Grail. That's not the one you're reading. You're not reading the book about Grail. You're reading a book about Nelly and Grail and their story. But Nelly is writing a book about Grail in the story. Or well, it's less a book about Grail. It's more like she's writing her story down. Like she's writing their adventures, you know? So Nelly is writing about Grail and Nelly. Like she's writing about them. And she also writes about, like, you know, some other things that matter to her. I'll leave it at that. But yeah, like you're not reading Nelly's book. It's just like the chapters being in German is like an homage to Nelly's book. That's all. It's like an homage to the fact that Nelly is writing a book in, like Nelly's writing her book in German. That's why. Like she wants to keep the language alive, sort of thing. Do you only play Apex? No, I play a bit of everything, man. I've been playing a lot of other games, but I do play Apex a lot. I play Apex, I play Smite, I play a lot of solo games. I'm gonna play like Diablo 4 when it comes out. I play a bunch of games. I kind of play, I don't know, lots of RPG games. Yeah, Apex, all sorts of shit. I'm gonna need to go to bed. It's 2:30 a.m. Dude, I'm about to go to bed too. Let's say a cool idea would be putting the book Nelly writes into a short story, but either way, I go to bed. Putting the book Nelly writes into a short story. Putting the book. I'm not sure I fully understand the idea. I guess you'll have to explain it to me another time. Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm too tired to like figure that shit out anyways. I mean, if you're referencing like just reference, or if you're saying just reference her writing the story, I can definitely do that. But like, I think you mean like creating a book that's like the one that Nelly wrote. I think that would be a lot of work though. And I don't know if it'd be worth it because it would be similar to like the main book, you know, because she just writes about what they do. So it's like the main book tells you what they do. So Nelly's book would be pretty similar to our book. It just wouldn't have the third person perspective like it does. You know what I mean? Like it'd be the same shit, but it'd be written from first person perspective, or like it'd be, maybe it would be like embellished a bit or something. That'd be kind of funny. Like she embellishes Grail a bit. That'd be kind of cool. I don't know. Grail's pretty badass. She doesn't really need embellishing. Like it's I don't know. Doesn't really need embellishing. Like Grail is pretty scary, and she does some pretty cool shit in the book. So. Anyways, I think I'm gonna go too. I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm gonna go because I'm pretty tired. I think her embellishing the stuff would be funny and cute at the same time. Yeah, I think that could work. But it just depends on what they're doing, though. Because I feel like Nelly would also kind of poke fun at her a little bit and then hide it from her and be like, yeah, you like it's really good. I wrote that part out, kind of shit. But it's like, I don't know. Grail gets up to a lot of bad things that Nelly definitely wouldn't write about. Like Nelly's version of like legacy, because the whole point of writing the book is like Nelly wants to help Grail with her legacy. But Nelly's version of legacy and Grail's version of legacy are two different things. And I think that Nelly would sort of write Grail's best moments. Like I guess that's a thing. I feel like Nelly would try to write Grail's better moments in hopes that one day she'll see that she does do good things and not just bad. I'm not sure. It's something to think on for sure. But anyways, like Neon's going, I'm gonna go as well. because I'm tired. So, and I could just keep talking for fucking ever. So, yeah, I'm gonna go. Hopefully, I think I got a decent amount of watch hours today, to be honest, because that short popped off. Assuming the short counts for watch hours, which it should. Let me check if it updated. I'm curious if it updated. Yeah, I got a little bit. I'm basically at 3,000. I'm pretty much at 3,000 now, so I'm a thousand away. But all right, yeah. All right, everybody, have a good night. I appreciate you guys tuning in with me. It was fun. It's fun having this chat. So I'll see you guys probably tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow. Oh fuck, I might be streaming early tomorrow. I always forget about this shit. I might have to tell Dark that I can't make it that early. We were talking about changing our session, but anyways, me and Dark are probably gonna game tomorrow, so there's that. I should be streaming tomorrow. So yeah, I'll see you guys then if you show up. You guys have a good night.